Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's me, Electricity, here again, coming to you live. It's going to be one of my shortest broadcasts, but I hope to still have those in the comments section. And I will start by putting a question to the audience following the presidential tribunal judgment that favors the president, Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The question is the Supreme Court not part of the judiciary? I'm going to repeat that question. And this question is asked on the basis that Peter Obi, have decided to take the matter further. The new drama that is about to begin, the new play that is about to begin, is him going to the Supreme Court. Thus begs the question, is the Supreme Court not part of the judiciary, or the judges that will sit in the Supreme Court to approve or disapprove the appeal, are they not part of the judiciary? Now, that question may appear as a rhetoric question, but here is why I ask the question. Because many, particularly the obedient, after the Supreme Court judgment, most of them threw in the towel. As bad as it is, some of them, particularly those of them that even own social media network, YouTubers, what do we hear them say? Democracy is dead. The Constitution is dead. Nigeria is dead. What happened to that spirit of all eyes on the judiciary? Thus begs the question as to, is the Supreme Court not part of the judiciary? It appears that Peter Obi will have to walk this road alone, because some of his supporters, or most of his supporters, have already given up. Now, it shouldn't be. Because if truly we want a new Nigeria, this is how we are going to achieve it. The judgment is just a little setback in life. It's not a reason for anyone to throw in the towel and say, it is what? It is finished. The only person who have said that is Jesus Christ. I said it is finished. Even with that, he's still resurrected. So, such approach to get back a new Nigeria will not work when for every little thing we throw in the towel because the judgment does not favor one's way. So the question again I ask, is the Supreme Court, or the judges that are in the Supreme Court, are they not part of the judiciary? What happened to the spirit? It's so disappointing, to say the least, when I saw, I'm going to mention some few channels that Omoye's Corner, Young Elder, they all said democracy is dead. RIP, the Constitution, boldly. And I just shook my head. These are the same people that rode or ride or rode on this same Peter Obi. Now they're leaving the man to walk all alone in this new play that is about to begin. It is. Thank you, those of you in the comment section joining me. Joe, no harm in trying, my brother. Let's keep trying. That should be the spirit. But if you go to YouTube or other social media, you will agree with me that the behaviors of those who came out to say Nigeria is dead, RIP, rest in peace, Constitution, all this and that, how is that encouraging to your principal? Is that how you approach your own personal problems? Yes, I agree with you, Lauren, Baja, Emeka. The battle continues. The battle will always continue. To achieve a new Nigeria, we have to go through some. There are roadblocks. It's not going to be an easy thing, but it is achievable. But the purpose, even though the point is to encourage people, but when I saw these channels I mentioned, prominent channels that have platform coming up with such approach, and these channels, some of them have been run by people in diaspora. They are dead. Nigeria is dead. The constitution is dead. Just a little setback. Well, if the so-called Nigerians have not understood with whom we are dealing with as a nation. Nigerians don't even know their history. A people walking in darkness. Please, Mr. Wole Fatumbi, could you please point us to the light, please? Yes, you said with whom we're dealing with as a nation. What do you mean? Could you please give me some flesh so that I can, the audience and the viewers and those in the comment section, you need to expand it further, that we are walking in darkness. What do you mean by we are walking in darkness? Please, I know what darkness is, but if indeed we are walking in darkness, I don't think Peter B will go to court. I don't think Nigerians will want a change. Yes, things are challenging and difficult. We've been governed by people who do not care about individuals or the nation. So I need to know, sorry about that, I skip one, I'll come to you. PO can never work alone. He is following the process and we are waiting. Well, I'm glad to hear, Christian Okagwe, that you are with him, but you will agree with me the attitude displayed after the election. I mean, after the result was announced, the verdict was given. You definitely will agree with me. Such attitude is unacceptable and should not be encouraged. When I saw it, I felt, no, this is not right. While I would do my best to encourage those that have all eyes on the judiciary, it is equally important to address such behaviors, that you cannot achieve one Nigeria with such behavior. It contaminates. It's very contagious, if you know. It contaminates because it discourages people who really wants to go all the way to come to bring this matter to a reasonable conclusion and not just to give up. So thank you very much, Christian. The man is not alone. Nigeria will not die, but the old will die. We must learn to push on and not lose hope. That's good. Thank you for that, Lauren. Hope is very important. This is not just for us. We have to understand that this fight is not just in achieving or wanting a new Nigeria. It's not just for us. It's for our children and children to come, generations to come. That is the reason why we are fighting for it, and we have to continue to fight for it. So, according to Walid, I'm an historian resident in Germany. Can I call in, sir? Okay, I will make an exception. When you say call in, you mean you want to come on the platform, or you want to there is no provision for calling in. If you want to come on the platform, I will make a provision. I will make an exception for that. I do make an exception, so I am going to put the link on the comment section. But if it is to call in as to calling on the phone, there is no provision for that. I'm working on that because I think that should be part of the broadcast, where you can call in or text by WhatsApp. But calling in, I'm working on that. Probably in the next segment, I should have that in place. So could you clarify yourself? Do you want to, as an historian, will you want to shed light on the history of Nigeria for us, and why you say we're walking in darkness or we don't know? So please, could you clarify that? If you want to come on the platform, I will give an exception to that. Actually, Joe, you said that actually we shouldn't blame them for giving up. The country is quite discouraging, but let's keep pushing and let's keep encouraging one another. God is our hope at this point. I am not blaming them. Okay, it would be unfair and unkind and unreasonable for me to blame them. And I do understand that even in things of life, when we pursue things of life, at a point we get discouraged. That is possible. I can roll it out. However, if you look at how things have been going, particularly this campaign on all eyes on the judiciary, to the extent a billboard was put up in Nigeria, and it was removed. I don't expect such behavior. One of the things that pushed me out to make this short broadcast, because there's another one coming, when I saw on this Omoye's Corners boldly putting RIP Nigeria, democracy is dead. The young elder who talks about the ills of the society, try to encourage president, said democracy is dead. And it is so unfortunate. And that is why I said these behaviors should stop. We have to stop this behavior. It is our country. You don't have any other one. Take it or leave it. Deny it as much as you want to. There was no mistake in God placing you in that country. Joe, I'm sure God will see us through. Yeah, God will see us through. But we have to maintain and keep a positive attitude in this regard. So, at Wale Fatumbi, you say yes, sir. Yes to the link. Okay, listen, I'm gonna put the link there, but just I'll come to that, please. I would like to come on the platform. Okay, I'm gonna post the link so that we have a short discussion. This man don't go sleep at all. This man don't go sleep at all. No, you are thinking I'm forefather. I'm not forefather. Forefather was here earlier. I don't know why they mistake me as forefather. We don't look alike, number. I've told him that several times. Maybe one of us has to go and do a facial surgery. We don't look alike. So me and forefathers don't look alike. Please, it's not me. Bonjour, Mazo. Bonjour. You can't beat the criminals, politicians, prodigals, children in that game. I said don't vote. Now your eyes are clear. R.I.P. Nigeria. Roddy Nathaniel, a lot of people would disagree with you. Me, I would disagree with you. This is what I'm saying. Why would you say people should not go and vote? Why? Just use your imagination to say, don't go and vote. If you don't go and vote, what do you think will happen? I want you to just use your imagination once. What do you think will happen if nobody goes to vote? Listen, 99% of us have this, we know how this will play out. But when we keep pushing, it will change, whether you like it or not. And that is life for you. When you keep pushing and pursuing a thing, and when that thing appears that it's not going to work, but when consistency is there, in the context of Nigeria, so I need you to tell me, yes, you said you can't be the criminals, politicians, prodigals, children in their game. That is that. A lot of people will disagree with you on that you can't beat them. So if we can't beat them, we should go and join them. Is that what you are suggesting? Or what should we do, please? Rodney, Nathaniel, and I'm going to post the link. I just need to take a few comments. Is there any hope for Nigeria? I can answer you that question without blinking an eye. Yes, there is hope for Nigeria. That is just the truth. The whole truth and what? And nothing but. God did not create Nigeria, point of correction. Okay, if God did not create Nigeria, how about the people that live in Nigeria? Who create them? Please, Chris Paul, I need you to answer that question. Who create them? Please, I need you to answer the question. Nigeria is our home. I believe we have to keep on fighting. Thank you for that. So I am going to post the link now. Where are the link? Invite and for few of you. And may I say this before you come on the platform? This moment is often dedicated to those in the comment section. So when you come on the platform and any comment comes in, I will have to pause you, then I will highlight the comment and we'll weigh on it. We're not here to drag issue beyond what it should be. I know, Fatumbe, you want to come and tell us the history, what history is like, but when I highlight comments, I will appreciate if we weigh on the comment or a question is asked by those in the comment section. This segment is primarily dedicated to those in the comment section. Thank you very much. So the link will be posted in the next few minutes. Then you can comment. Remember, Abacha, it looked like all hope was lost. We woke up one morning and it was no more. I was in Nigeria then. I tell you, people rush into the streets celebrating. We will celebrate. Lorila Baja Emeka. Yes, I was in Nigeria during that time when Abacha passed away, and including myself came out to celebrate, if I remember. But I must point out that we are not to celebrate or rejoice over the death of anyone. That was an error on most of our part. Yes, it was glad it went. We're glad it's gone, but we shouldn't celebrate the death of anyone, even if the person is our enemy. I came to know about that later in life. So, but I 100% agree with you. We will celebrate, but we will celebrate a new dawn of Nigeria. Thank you, Lorena Bajamek. I really appreciate you. Nigeria is a gunner. No, Ayochukwu has said, well, Nigeria is not a gunner. Never will be a gunner. It will rise again, whether we like it or not. It will rise again. Democracy is dead in Nigeria. Unfortunately, it is the sad truth. Until corruption is eradicated in Nigeria, democracy might still be alive again. You say, Papa Obina Onye dot. Your comment is contradictory. You highlighted the point that until corruption is eradicated in Nigeria, so therefore democracy is not dead. It is not the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Democracy is the practice. Maybe not as practiced as it should be practiced, but democracy is what is practiced. Example: Tinubu wanted to go to war in Niger. And what? And the Senate, they refuse to. For what? For whatever reasons. Whether we say, oh, it's the northern governors that put pressure on him, this and that. That is democracy for you. But we need it in every aspect of what? Of the country. So it's only practice when it favors them. When it doesn't favor them, they don't practice it. So democracy is there. Therefore, democracy is not dead. If democracy is dead, honestly speaking, you won't even yourself be talking. We will not be talking. If democracy is dead in Nigeria, you and I will not be talking. That is just the truth of the matter. So the unfortunate is the sad truth. No, that is not the truth. The truth of the matter is democracy is not dead in Nigeria. And if you look at the definition of democracy, government of what? Of the people, by the people, for the people. So it's all about you and I. We are the one to make that democracy work. When we start to hold our legislative arm accountable, Section 68 and Section 110 of the Constitution, we will come to that later on. We are not giving up, or it's too late to go back. We fight on. Time for action. Thank you very much, Ikeju Sunday. That's the spirit. That's what I want to be hearing. God created people and gave them a place which is called nation, but white men created Nigeria in 1914. Fine. Is there a crime? What crime have they done for giving that name Nigeria? If they didn't give it that name Nigeria, someone else will give it a different name. So it will still be a name. It will still have a name. It may not be Nigeria. It may be Niger something. It may be anything. Yes, God created. I'm glad you agree that God created people, and we call a place nation. So we shouldn't have a name. It should just be, I'm going to that nation. The name will be nation. Come on, be realistic, please. I appreciate that, please. If you can be realistic, we will celebrate. Yeah, Lorena, we will celebrate. I definitely, I know that. I'm not giving up on that. We will celebrate. Emoji from Papa Bindi saying that. I don't know what that emoji stands for, but I'm not an emoji person. So too much talk. Internet politics, we talk social media, will produce zero result. Action, action, action is the key. We should copy Mali and Burkina Faso, not this internet bullshit talk. Well, Depsman, the internet talk, the way I put, yeah, I agree with you. We need action. And the action is already on in respect to what Peter Obi is doing, heading to the Supreme Court, challenging the outcome of the presidential election. However, the action I have always profiled, or I do profile and I stand on it, is Section 68 and Section 110 of the Constitution, when you and I will start to invoke the recall provisions in the Constitution. That is one action that we should focus on and that we should be preaching. If we focus on that, all eyes on the legislators. You see, it is sad, like I said, when they all eyes on the judiciary. We cannot take our eyes off the legislative arm, because these people that is where our problem lies. Our problem does not lie with the judiciary or the executive. Yes, they are being influenced for one reason or the other, but our problem is with our legislators. That is just the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The fight is raging, but we stand tall. Thank you for that. We'll continue to stand tall. Those are such words, encouraging words. We need to wake up. People need to be seeing on the screen. How can greedy opposition of only me must be president win against a ruling party? Thank Buhari and Emefiele for the cashless election that allowed Obi to perform well. Well, I don't know if you experienced that cashless election, but my brother, that cashless process is not something we should, regardless of the outcome of the election. Nobody should experience it. I experienced it, and it's not a good story. So it doesn't affect anything at all. So remember, there was no Nigeria before, but there was Igbo nation. Okay, here we go again. Another nation. All right. Okay, Obina, Chris Paul, thank you for that. Like I said, I'm not going to entertain Biafra or anything. No, not government of some people, by some people, and for some people. Why that is what is being practiced, or we are seeing now, it doesn't change the definition or the reality of democracy. It is you and I. It is you and I. You see, the issue of Section 68 and Section 110 is that it doesn't go to the courts. If the people if we, the people, stand up and rise up and say, indeed, this is the path we want to go, it does not go to court. No appeal. Your legislator cannot appeal it, cannot go to the lower or Supreme Court for it. This is where we don't seem to understand. There is no room for your legislator to go to court if we decide to say, we don't want you, you are no longer representing our interests. It doesn't go to court. This is nice aspect that we should grab on and say, if this thing doesn't go to court, and it cannot be appealed when we people decide and say, you know what, we don't want you to represent us in our constituency again because you've not been representing us, nothing is working, and you collect these millions and millions of naira for your palliative and we get nothing. It does not go to court. It's a decision made by the people and the authority, including INEC. The authority, INEC, I beg your pardon, who will perform this process will respect it. The court will not entertain any legislator coming to challenge that his or our own people do not want them again to represent them. That would be foolishness for any court to entertain. Then it's not. Then we can say democracy is not working. Then I can agree with you and say democracy. But in that case, no, democracy is still working. But we, the people, have failed to practice democracy ourselves. We, the people, have failed to practice this democracy ourselves. Section 68 and Section 110. That is where my argument lies, please. Thank you very much for those of you in the comment section. Nigeria is simply an enterprise. Well, that is taken on board. They don't teach us history. Colonialism and slavery gave birth to artificial Nigeria. The people in Nigeria must be aware. Then they find solution. Our enemies are the Western world. This issue of this Western world, it's our enemy. I don't know where this ideology or philosophy comes into play. Now that I have posted the link there for those of you who wants to join, and feel free. I don't know why it's taking so long to. Okay, I believe you must have received the link. Iang said in media there has to be another way to fight back before the Supreme Court judgment. Please, some important information shouldn't be put to the public again. Let diasporans apprehend them there. Well, we have to obey the rule of law. When you use the word apprehend, you said some information. It is let me read it again. There has to be another way to fight back before the Supreme Court judgment. There is, first and foremost, there is no any other way. In the context of the Supreme Court or the judiciary, the next step is for them to go to the Supreme Court. But I prefer a way. I want you to look into it. And this way has no time limit. Is not subject to any judiciary interference. And that is the recall process. There is no appeal. No legislator. Ask any lawyer, they will tell you, I stand to be corrected. But as at the Constitution I have read, there is no provision for it to go to a court for anyone, any legislator, to challenge what is, if the people do not want them. So, but to apprehend, you need to put it in context or explain further. To apprehend, to arrest them when they come to diasporans or to what? Because you still have to respect the rule of law anywhere you are, regardless, irrespective. You can challenge them, you can speak, but you cannot touch. That would be going a bridge too far. You can't touch. So you need to explain further, please, what you mean by that. Thank you. Just can a good leader be effective in a corrupt system? The answer is yes. By me answering you yes, I need you to answer my question. Are you corrupt? The answer will be no. Can you be effective in a corrupt system? I believe you will answer yes to that. So if you can answer yes to that, a good leader can be effective in a corrupt system. If not, why are people voting for why do people vote for Peter Obi? Because they know it can be effective or it will be effective it's still in that same corrupt system. People voted for him. So the answer to your question is yes. But if you disagree, which is allowed, disagreement is allowed. It's allowed, please. Let me know. Those of you in the backstage, I'll bring you in soon. I was surprised that LP, despite claiming that they won the election, but their lawyers could not provide any evidence or figures to counter the figures announced by INEC. Hopefully, if that is the case, I hope they will provide these in as they go to the Supreme Court. If not, it will be the same story all over again. At Ikejuku, God is still on the throne. God will ever be on the throne. Nothing changed. Nothing moves that. He was on the throne when his son was crucified. He did not move. So it's not this court case that will not shake him. No, it ain't going to work. Thank you. I will join your panel as soon as possible. You are welcome. As long as you understand, let me make this clear. I think we had this understanding that we are not going to go on the path of Biafra or any other nation. No, we will not go. While I respect views and opinions and everything, we will not go on that path of Biafra or any other distance. No, that will not work, please. Thank you very much. Eno Iyang, it is sad. It is sad how this evil has eaten so deep. Are the judges not ashamed of siding an illiterate drug lord, a questionable character criminal? I just don't get it because of listen, there is no evidence that the judges took side with Tinubu or the APC. Remember, they read the argument for 12 hours, 12 to 13 hours. People sat down. The lawyers were even, some of the lawyers, were even fell asleep. There is no evidence that suggests that they were bribed. So, yes, the man has a questionable character without a shadow of doubt, but no evidence. If anyone do have such evidence, put it out there. After all, we want to achieve a one Nigeria. So your opinion is taken. But however, there is no evidence that suggests or says that it took bribe from the judges took bribe. No evidence at all, please. If you have any, let me have it, and I'll champion that evidence. Trust me on that. I'll do that. I blame the British for joining people of different cultures, which have nothing in common. Okay. If we continue with this blame, we will not get anywhere. Those of you in the backstage, on the platform, I welcome panelists. I will come to you, please. Just let me take some more comments, please. Benin Kingdom was Edo, Esan, Shekiri, Pat Ibos, Ekwere, Pat Ijo, Pat Cotonou, Pat Ghana, Irobo. We must go back whom we were, or perish forever. What do you mean, go back to where we were or perish forever? These tribes or ethnicities you've mentioned, are they not going to practice democracy? Sometimes I don't know what is our argument is. If you can, because we want a good Nigeria, regardless of your ethnicity. We want a functional nation. So if we go back, okay, that means we were there before. Was it functional? So if we go back, this issue of tribe and this and that, we want the same thing. Everyone wants electricity. Nathaniel, I think you came in first on the platform. I will give the floor to you now. Just give me a moment. Accept you guys lost going to Supreme Court would be a waste of time. No, nothing is a waste of time. Let them go to the court. That is how it works, please. Peter Obi was a scam to distract Biafra struggle. Peter contested election with a criminal. Well, I think Biafra struggle was on before Peter Obi came into the battle. So I don't agree with that. And so this comment from Lorella, why the emoji laughter, please? Could you share some light on it? Nathaniel, the floor is yours. Please, like I said, this section is dedicated to comments. So I may stop you at any time when comment coming. And like I said, I'm going to state it again. We are not going to go on the path of Biafra or any nation whatsoever. We want to focus on the matter on ground, please. Thank you. I yield the floor to you.
Thank you very much for having me, and I thank those people that are commenting. And I've made a few comments before you brought me in. Why I said we must go back to who we were. I have never seen in our history as an Edo man. I knew about Robo, Isan, and so on, Auto Ekwere, and some part of Cotonou, and even Ghana, where our people spread around the world. I've never seen how our forefathers, the late king, how they executed our people massively. But that is happening in Nigeria today. We can take instance from OD, the civil war that killed a lot of Biafra, millions of Biafra. We can also recognize the people they murdered recently at the toll gate. So all those ones were done in the name of Nigeria. But I have never seen in our history that Oba of Benin executed massively Edo people or Esan people or any of our brothers and sisters who were together in one nation. And I heard from Oba of Benin one time when he said that Benin Kingdom was one of the first kingdom that recognized Brazil when Brazil got their freedom. So if we were not killing ourselves then, and today in the name of Nigeria, we are killing ourselves. Look at Benue, look at Niger State, look at Plateau, look at Zamfara. I saw a video where a jet is flying in the forest of Zamfara, taking gold and silver away. So those of us, because when I want to join you, I have to leave the midst of my children, because there are certain things I don't want them to start hearing concerning where I come from. I'm afraid to say it where they are, because when I was small, my father was working in the college, and at the same time, he was campaigning for Professor Ambrose Ali to be a governor of Dembede State. I still see them with white people. I still see how people trusted them, how people were having passion that these people were good. Ambrose Ali was good, and the rest of them, and what they did in their time. My father is late, but he never tell me something more. But what I'm seeing now in the same Nigeria, if Nigeria doesn't go, I don't think our children, some of us who are living in the US, they see the kind of
you said, okay, let me you said if Nigeria doesn't go, I stand to be corrected. What you are suggesting is if the country is not divided or we go our separate way. Would that be correct? Is that what you are suggesting?
Yeah, that is what I'm suggesting, because the colonial masters put Nigeria together so that me and you will become an enemy. Because I never think we were an enemy before they came. I never think that.
Mr. Nathaniel, you see,
Yes,
like I said, we will not. I'm going to say this again. I recognize our history of colonialism,
yes,
that we were colonized, but at this point in time, that you and I claim to have a better understanding
yes.
of our history and who we are and where we're going. Are you suggesting that we cannot address our issues without
Never. and never, forever and ever. Amen. Do you know why I said that? Let me tell you. For example, I did not watch this judicial palaver, this decision they gave. I do not vote. I do not tell my family to go and vote because I have lost interest in anything that have to do with election
All right.
in Nigeria. Because
I will come back to you. Just hold that thought. Hold that thought for a while. I'll come.
I can't hear you again. What's happening to the volume?
we are not hearing you. We are not hearing you.
So sorry about that. The voice. I'll come back to you. I need to just take some few comments. Peter B will never be president. Okay, that's the opinion. We don't know yet. Send the link, please. Rodney, the link is already there. Okay, you are the one. Okay, sorry, you're already there. We are waiting, bro. Wale Fatumbi. I have.
Present, sir.
Oh, you are the one. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Thank you. How can we fight for our financial freedom? Follow the money. Okay. Jesse Jim, I need you to shed more light on that, please. How can we fight for our financial freedom? Follow the money. What do you mean by that, please? Please, I need you, because that term is often used when you are pursuing a criminal. They tell you follow the money. I believe you are a Democrat. If so, why do you practice autocracy in your platform by drawing a line of what you want people should say to your dictate? Why will you program my thought toward? No, let me clarify myself. I am not programming your thought or dictating to you as to what to say. No. In the context of what we are talking about, there are moments that people will talk. I think there's a broadcast coming up that people talks about Biafra and different nation. I would like to, if that come across you, I'm not practicing autocracy. If you put it out on the platform, I will still say, but when you're coming on the live platform, this particular one, because we've tread on that part of Biafrans or this, and I keep asking the same question, not even a question, okay? If you get a Biafra nation today, or you get a Yoruba nation, you still want the same thing. You still want democracy to work, isn't it? And that is the truth. So this is about Nigeria. Secondly, let me address this thing properly. Mr. DeVoice, please, I beg your indulgence. Let me address this thing. If you want to pursue Biafra, Yoruba nation, and I've said this before, develop your region first. Let people see evidence that indeed, because if Chris Paul can, Nathaniel, you're advocating for Biafra, isn't it? Am I correct? Good. Mr. DeVoice and those in the Mr. DeVoice and those in the comment section, I beg you for a few minutes. I need to put Mr. Nathaniel on the stand. So, Mr. Nathaniel, I need you to answer a few questions for me. If you can unmute yourself. I believe you have understanding of Biafra. Would that be correct?
Yes, you are correct.
In Scotland, for example, they have 8, if I'm correct, 8 cities and other regions make up Scotland. Which state in Nigeria makes up that Biafra state, the Biafra nation? Could you tell me how many states makes up the Biafra nation?
Okay. If I have to go by state,
now just let's focus because we have other people. Just answer the question, please. How many states make up Biafra?
I will answer you in this manner, because if the state that the state creation in Nigeria since the time of go on, that state creation, they have already impersonate the Biafra map. They have already divided us And today, when you say the 5 states is now the state of Biafra, it's a lie. Before they started creating states in Nigeria, the whole eastern region and part of the southern states today were Biafra. So the map of Biafra is the whole eastern region, right from Calabar and even down to some part of Edo State. That is where the Biafra man cover the whole rivers.
Okay, Mr. Nathaniel, I don't want us to, in the present context of the struggle for Biafra, people see it as the Eastern nation, Eastern states. Would that be correct?
Because the Igbos are the majority, that's why people are saying it like that. But the real part is that it's not only Igbos. It is Calabar, it is Ijo, it is Edo, and the rest of them.
Mr. Nathaniel, let's just, for argument purposes, let's go by the 5 nations, 5 states, or eastern states, or 6 that we have at the moment, makes up the Biafra nation. My question is, the governors in that state, the legislators in that state, do they support this Biafra nation?
Because they were put there by the Fulani, and these are criminals. Let me quickly repeat this.
Mr. Nathaniel, I want us to have an educated discussion. I don't want to waste people's time. I highlighted Chris Paul's comment because if I'm practicing autocracy, but I am not practicing autocracy. I'm practicing what I call educated discussion. If your leaders don't believe, don't support, your legislators in particular, who are on the floor, who can change the law, change the constitution, put something in it. As they said, the constitution is a fraud. A lot of things were put in it. If they are not willing to do that, that's why I'm trying to tell you that. It will be a discussion that will drag us.
Yes, let me quickly
Mr. Nathaniel, just
let me quickly
Mr. Nathaniel, just with due respect, with Nathaniel, with due respect, we are not going to go this path. I just put some silent questions to you now, which we're going on, and I didn't design this for this today, please. So I'll come back to you. Hold your thought for a while. I'll come back to you. I will hold your thought. Mr. DeVoice, the floor is yours, please. Thank you.
I would say a castle as a Yoruba man. Bro, before I start, did you school in Lagos? I'm talking to the moderator. Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Mr. DeVoice, your line seems not to be. Is anyone hearing him? Am I the only one not hearing him?
Can you all hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, but it seems to be breaking.
Okay, yes, I can hear you now.
We can hear you perfectly well.
Thank you. I asked the question if you schooled in Lagos because your face looks familiar.
Me, yeah, I grew up. Yeah, I went to my primary and secondary school in Lagos. Yes, I did.
Secondary school?
I went to Surulere Secondary School. I mean, Methodist Primary School and Surulere Secondary School.
Ah, okay. It's possible we've come across. Your face looks very familiar, but let me save the time. My brother, it would be nice if we could listen to one another. That was something I had to learn. I'm now 56 years old. I schooled in Lagos. And that was something that when I talk about the Nigerian that is in all of us, it would be nice if we could listen to one another, because sometimes such voices like Chris Paul and the rest of them, such voices that we sometimes neglect, they are really talking about things that if we do not address them now, we will still have problems in the future, my brother. Let me now go into the Bible. If you plant a bad seed according to the Bible, you cannot expect good fruit. The seed that was planted that became Nigeria now was not a good seed. That's the reason you have the problems that we have today, my brother. Now I'm going to come from the historical aspect where I talked about as an historian. Actually, I'm a trained mechanical engineer from Nigeria, but I went on to study also a lot of history after I found out something I felt every Nigerian must know. Every African must know. My fingers have been fingerprinted by the German secret things because they know what I know. And for as long as we don't listen to one another, we'll continue to have this commotion. Where is the problem? What were we before they came? Who were our ancestors? We are calling ourselves how old? Are we serious? When we are a nation that is even older than the story of Adam and Eve, we are not listening to one another. My brother, we're not listening to one another. 1979, I will touch on the election. I was 12 years old. It is the same line, my brother. It is the same line. They took the case to the judiciary, from the judiciary to the Supreme Court. The decision have been written already. You see, the Bible says, can two walk together except they agree? I was a pastor in Lagos before I left Christianity, and I can tell that to every Nigerian. When I found where our history is hidden, if a lion born Pekin for Brazil, shey go become cat or rabbit, no be lion e go be. These names that these brothers are calling, Edo, Biafra, and the rest of them, it is all part of the puzzle that should take us out of that name. Unless we come as people, Africa must remain united. That I stand for that. Because it is in our unity that we'll be able to stand against these people. I live in Germany. I live in the same area of one of the top heads of the European Parliament. Because we don't listen to one another, we have a lot of bias against one another, tribalistic, ethnistic, religion. Even when Buhari was saying the truth, no Nigerian was listening. I live in the same area where they supply weapons to rebels and terrorists all over the world, especially in West Africa, especially Boko Haram. In the same area, they're about like 13, 14 kilometers away from me. And I've worked in their factories. Unfortunately, I'm unprepared for this. I would have shown you some parts, weapon parts that we produce. Going to Nigeria, you know, they read Bible now. They call them River Niger. We say, make we accept them. They call us Nigeria. We say, make we accept them. Now, if I now come from the side of the Bible, because I know you're a believer, my brother, give me just 2 minutes. That will be the key. I've talked with Dr. Damages before, and he said he will create a time for me to come and express myself. And I will bring books so that you can all see where our histories are hidden. You see, one thing that they were not able to take away from us was Nigeria. That place they cut out in Nigeria. In this same country I'm living in 1884. They could not take that land away from us. Do you know why we have malaria? All those diseases that insect parts come. It was Oyinbo that put it in them. We have mosquitoes in Germany. Why don't they have Plasmodium? The Romans tried to erase us up, but one thing or the other, the grace of Chineke was the one that held us together. And because it was a remnant that was surviving, the whole Bible is all Nigerian history. I can prove it from Genesis chapter 1 to Revelations. It's all Nigerian histories. The whole Bible is allegory and symbolism. Going to the elections, what they are doing now is that the stage has been set for Tinubu. Tinubu was supposed to take over what Buhari had continued and the rest of the cabal have continued. And if you do all not know that Nigeria has been sold out, the pipeline from Nigeria has crossed the Sahara Desert into Algeria already. They want to connect to Europe. We think about bowing to the same people who took our children as slaves and who are now telling another story, saying that we are the ones that sold our children to be slaves to them. That is a narrative all over Europe. That we are the ones, even in America, they say we are the ones, our fathers are the ones that sold. It is not even in our traditions, my brother. Do we know that the whole story of Israel is a Nigerian story? You know, they think the people of East, then they craze. Shebi abi Yoruba man, Ngbatin man. Biafra is taken out of that word, Fra, Ephraim. My people, if you do not go back to who we are as our people, these people are taking away our history away. And we need to unite as a nation, yes, But we need, you know that it's only Nigeria did not change our name after independence, and there was no independence. Ghana changed from Gold Coast to Ghana, Upper Volta to Burkina Faso. What is going on in Africa is not a joke, my brother. It is a move of the Spirit of the Most High. I pray every day for Peter Obi, and I pray that the Nigerian mandate will be given to Nigerian. But I remember the 12-year-old Wale that wished Awolowo, who won the election and who was a strong man. Awolowo, who won the election and who was the leader of the nation, Obasanjo. They took it to court. The whole stage was set. They now brought out 12 2/3 that Shagari won 12 2/3 of the vote of Nigeria. And that was how they gave him the mandate. And at that time, we were having 85 kobo to a dollar, a dollar, and £1 to a pound. So we need to talk to ourselves as a people. Unless we unite our spirits and know what is paining the Igbo man. I have pictures that my father cut out. That in fact, I have gone back into studio at my age. I'm going back to studio to record music. I'm actually in the studio right now. Cut out, my father cut out of the war. As a child, I was looking at this. A vulture was standing on the breast of a Biafran that have eaten them. And we do not know the pain that is in these people. Yes, we have Igbo people in the Nigerian government, yes, who are chopping also under the cabal. We have Yorubas. We have all tribes represented among these criminals. But my brother, as my last sentence, the only way out for us is to revolt united as a people. You Daki like me, I Daki like you. We have the same DNA, E1B1A. E1B1A, the first human being that was born on that soil that they call Nigeria. Nigeria was cut up by design. I can tell you who the Hausas are. And if Nigerians only research history and read history, they will know history. There's a book I will recommend to all Nigerians today that are watching. It was written by the wife of Lord Lugard. And I think it was the Spirit of the Almighty that made her open her mouth too big in that book. The two people that you're calling Hausa people, they are the descendants of the ancient Egyptians who built the pyramids. I can put my neck on any knife to prove it. And the proofs are there. They still look like their descendants. And the language that they spoke in ancient Egypt was Hausa. The people of Kebi, they are the people of Assyria. If Nigerians know what it meant that Euphrates was renamed and recreated in the so-called Middle East, there is no Middle East. It's all Africa. If you look at the Asian map of Africa, my people, if you look at the Asian map of Africa, you would know. And you see, what is not in the will of the Almighty, it is not for the people of Nigeria. I want to repeat it all. I say, what is in the middle? That's why I said that we are wandering in darkness. Now, when I research the origin, the etymology of the word democracy, I was afraid that day. It is on the internet, on Google, so you can find it. Look at the 17th or 16th century dictionary, 17th century dictionary for the word democracy. You will not find it. Then I started looking through the dictionary like a student. I now found another word that was near democracy. Do you know how they call it? Demonocracy. Demon. That's why I said all these things have... Democracy is not working in America, my brother. It is not working in America, my brother. America is supposed to be the oldest democracy. Why? Because it is a bad fruit. That's why we need to reconcile as a people. Because we are linguistically connected. I want to drop this last one. The Tower of Babel was built in Nigeria. The Kingdom of David was built in Nigeria. If you research the throne of David on internet, you will see what it looks like. It is in the hands of the English people. Everything I'm saying is historically documented. Why don't we regard our history? Why are we afraid to be who we are? We are speaking a language that our fathers and mothers be wondering, what are we speaking? We are calling us, the Bible says, if my people, in 2 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 14, if my people who are called by my name, my brother Biko, look throughout the whole world, and I'll say this for others to speak, look out throughout the whole world, who are the people called by the name of the Almighty? Ifeanyi Chukwu, Chinedu, Ogenetega, Osasuyi, Oluwafemi, are those not names? Is it Oyinbo that brought us to us? We were calling ourselves those names before they brought what they brought to us. That's why we need to examine everything. Europe is sitting on our neck still, my brother. They are still sitting on our neck.
Sir, let me interject you there.
Yes, sir.
If you're hearing me, just let me know, because I heard most of the things you said, but it seems to be either it's from my hand or from your hand. It seems to be breaking in. But I picked two things out of what you said. You said we have to listen to one another, and also we have to unite. Okay. You also made reference to some part of the scriptures. You said Biafra was taken from the name Ephraim. If I'm correct, if I'm wrong, I stand to be corrected.
You're right, sir.
The same scripture that you quoted said, Ephraim have joined himself to an idol, leave him alone. And you made reference to, if my people who are called by my name, and you two cannot work together except they agree. Okay. Now, I highlighted this, Chris Paul, because, like I said, we learn from one another. And the history tutorial you give to us is equally acknowledged. So the question to you, sir, is based on the argument that we need to unite together. How is this, in what form or shape is this unity meant to take place? How is it going to be like?
Yes, I think that it starts with repentance, my brother.
Repentance from what?
Repentance unto the Almighty. My brother, if you remove all the bad people in government today, remove everybody in the armed forces today and put them with new people, believe me, they'll be the same. I have seen them like that.
What is this?
We need to repent. We need to retrace our steps back to who we are as a nation. To repent unto the Almighty. My brother, sorry to interject.
No, go ahead.
Let me quote the scripture quickly. And I'm going by scripture. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and turn away from their wicked ways and turn back unto me, he did not only promise us forgiveness, he also promised us healing. We need a healing as a nation. We need a healing as a nation. You see, all those things that we are reading in the Bible, they were all taken from the African soil. Forget the lie that the Bible was written on 3 continents. Forget the lie. I have the oldest Bible in my house here. My brother, I have over 48 copies of the Bible. Even slaves, Nigerian slaves, when they saw the Bible and they started understanding what the Bible were, they understood that it was their history.
Okay.
But you cannot be.
Sir, you are not on the camera. You use your hand to block your face. Sorry. It's all right. You see, you said the way is for us to return back to God and repent from our wicked ways. You're talking about the nation in its totality, including President Tinubu and his wife, who is a pastor. Would that be correct, sir?
I'm talking about the Nigerian people. The Nigerian people,
I mean, the president is also in Nigeria, isn't it?
My brother, we have become, you see, a people's revolution has already started like raindrops. Because till I was born, we never saw anything like NSAS. Anything near that was Ali Must Go, 1977. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like drizzling already. I know that it will get to a point where Nigerians will now, these Nigerians that will be part of a revolution against the system that is holding them in bondage. I'm talking about the Nigerian people that will stand as a people. Yeah, every one of us, including myself. We need to, I believe in repentance. If you look at the Civil War documentary, just the one sentence. If you look at the Civil War documentary of the Nigerian Biafra War, There was a young man who was a theology student from Igbo land who said something that Nigerians should go and think about. He said, we know that we are the people of the book. And he said it has always happened to us when we turned our back onto the Almighty. I am one of those in the African community, in the Pan-African community, who does not use God in my prayers. Because I'm a Yoruba man, I will say Olorun. I will even use Chineke or Chukwu according to the African tongue. Because why? Because God has an origin. My brother, God, that word God.
Sorry, sir.
My brother, it has an origin.
Mr. DeVois.
Do you know how the Germans greet themselves? Do you know how the Germans greet themselves? Greet God. G-O-T.
Mr. DeVois.
That was translated in English to God. They greet themselves as gods, my brother. I have a lot more to tell you about Europe that a lot of you do not know. It is
okay, Mr. DeVois. What will happen is, Mr. DeVois.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
What will happen is, let's do it this way. Okay. What will happen is, I will run a different program.
Okay.
Where you will be the only one with me on the panel.
Thank you, sir.
And we will talk history.
Okay, sir.
But I want you, as a man who said you've read the Bible and you have different translations. I don't know. Are you here? Am I clear? If I'm clear, please let me know if you're hearing. Okay. I want you to take a read before we have that program. I think it's 1 Corinthians chapter 4.
Yeah.
That says that whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning, that we, through the scripture, the comfort of the scripture, may have hope. That's history. That's the Bible telling us that whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning. In line to your argument that we need to unify, we need to achieve this, we have to be unified and we have to repent. So I want you to do that for me. Then we will come again.
Okay.
I will. If you can put your name in a private, your phone number for me in a private chat, or I'll put my phone number in a private chat. Then I will let you know when that day will come, because I don't practice autocracy.
Okay.
In aspect of unity, you emphasize on the Igbos.
Yes.
Now, the Igbos have their own quality.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that even the Yorubas also have their own qualities?
Yes.
So also other tribes.
Yes.
And we need to blend these qualities together. You have what I need. I have what you need.
Something also to research on. I'll give you two.
Oh no, I'm looking at it in a positive aspect,
yes,
not in a negative aspect.
I know.
You have something I need. I have something you need. Chris Paul also have something we all need. So that means that you are not more superior than me. I am not more superior than you. And the issue in the country is not affecting a particular ethnicity or tribe or individual. It's affecting all of us. And that is why I still maintain the position that we are not going to tread in that path, because if we do, it has never taken us anywhere so far. So if we are to unite and fight this demon that says plaguing Nigeria, then it cannot just be the Igbo or the Yoruba or the Hausa. We have to unite and have one voice. And that one voice, I always put it in this description. You need electricity, I need electricity. You need good good healthcare, I need good healthcare. You need jobs, I need jobs. We need certain things to function. These things are affecting all of us. So if we unite there, because if we, like I said, I said this, I am not against Biafra nation. But if you want your own nation, there is a process you have to follow. And Peter B said the same thing. Why he's challenging the outcome of the election? He said the process, due process, was not followed. So if you are going to achieve anything, you have to follow due process. That is what is called due process. History tells us, people, even the Bible tells us that due process needs to be followed for us to achieve anything. So I'm going to take some comments, please. Just 1 second. I'll come to you, Righteous Man and Aliu James. I'll come back to you guys. I got your number out. I've got someone said this. Thank you, sir. Send it some few minutes ago. So Johnson, we have been hearing that since Massop. I don't know what Johnson. Sorry, we missed the comment. So I probably must have don't know what you're saying. If you can give me some light, shed some light on that. Tony said Peter Obi did not want status quo change. If Obafemi Awolowo can call for protests in 60s when election was rigged and he was arrested and there was changes, and Obi keep calling calm. Listen, it has to be calm. It's in the present context of Nigeria. We can protest. If this protest we can have and we maintain calmness, it doesn't result to destruction, so be it. But we are trying to avoid. I think I'm thinking maybe I'm wrong, but I think he is trying to avoid a situation where the protest will get out of hand and become something. That is my own opinion. But like I said, if we go to section 68 and 110, if you can take a read at that section, we can pursue this thing and achieve what we want to achieve. That is just the truth. Calmness is still in. Despite my understanding of the tribunal judgment is what Agbado president said before election. Power is not given a la carte. Grab it and run with it. Next election, all parties should go to war. Well, we are not going to support war. Don't let us, because if we go to war, you agree with me in the present Nigerian context, we cannot afford. In fact, no nation that goes to war will tell you it's a good thing, and they've not recovered from it. That's just the truth of the matter. It's hard. Some recover, but the system we are running, we can't. We shouldn't be calling for war. Desmond Light, Omoye Kona is right. Democracy is dead in Nigeria. Constitution is also dead. After all, can't we see what is going on? Omoye Kona is wrong. I'm going to tell you why I said she is wrong. If you have been championing for a change, you don't suddenly turn around and say it is dead. Martin Luther did not turn around, despite him being shot and everything. Mandela fighting for struggle never came out. These people fought. They never. Let's put things in context. If tomorrow I come here and tell you Nigeria is dead, democracy is dead, I think Dr. Damage Rudolph should just kick me out of being a moderator on his channel. We have to keep pushing. She is absolutely 100% wrong. And anyone who took that position, they're wrong. Because if you have your own nation, for example, you have Yoruba nation, you have Biafra nation, and such things happen, would you say Yoruba nation, Biafra nation is dead? Because you're going to have a justice system there. It's the same human being like you and I that will run that nation. She is absolutely wrong. I will say that without apology. You campaign on this, you get views, you get subscribers, you get people who donate for you. At the end of the day, you wake up and say, democracy is dead. Nigeria is dead. Let's be realistic, please. Let's be realistic. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Nobody is happy the way things are going on in that country. Time to own up the system is not working. How many Africans understand democracy work? Keep on having trust on the occultic judiciary. What else do you want? Aliu James, let me give the floor to you to speak first. Thank you.
Yeah, hello. I've been listening attentively with everything that has been said. I think my overall take on this is that there is nothing wrong with the judgment, with the election, and with the process. Yeah. What people tend to forget is that, yeah, things have to go through a process. When I say things have to go through a process, if you've ever farmed before, you have to take a seed and plant it on the floor. And when you plant it, it will die off and it will grow to germinate more seeds. The Nigerian electoral system since 1999 has been dying. It will die a natural death through increased participation. Since 1999, there's never been an election where the majority of the workforce participated as much as this one. They may have felt cheated by the outcome of the electoral tribunals. However, it's going to get to a point where back in the days we used to do what's it called? You queued behind which party you want to vote. The people at the top will keep moving the system gradually till they introduce technology. They will keep introducing things because they are trying to prove that they have that, they want to validate their position. And in doing so, they will keep handing power to you gradually. It's never going to be overnight. The only sad thing is that it's taking longer than people anticipate it to happen. Because it took longer for people to start participating in the system. Back in the days, PDP said they were going to rule for 50 years. They didn't even achieve 40 years. They're out. APC have come in, they've done their own, and all of a sudden, Labour Party is coming out. Nobody anticipated Labour Party is going to do what they did. What I will always say is, I'm not happy, as a Nigerian, I may not be happy with the outcome of the judgment. But one thing I always ask people is, what if, as Tinubu is now, it's just a what if, please. Don't slaughter me on this. He had come in and everything started working fine. Would the people protesting now start protesting again? Oh, we thought it was bad, but he did well. The same people screaming for change during Jonathan time. When Buhari came, they were anticipating change. And the change went the other way. Did they go on the street to protest? So, like someone rightly said here, NSAS never happened in my time. NSAS happened. Election came out, for the first time people participated. For the first time, you can track election results from polling unit up to state, up to federal on your phones. These are improvements in the system. Now you're making these people who are making this mistake to keep making more mistakes. Why? Because next election, how are they going to try to hide it? Because first they told you, don't protest on NSAS. Go and get your PVC. You go your PVC. Come outside election and vote. You come outside and vote. They will send the transmit result. They did not transmit the result. They transmitted the ones they wanted and they didn't transmit. Fine, good. So next time when you're coming now, you will now have your own result be transmitted from the polling unit. That is how you gradually change the system. Because I remember back in the days when they tell you to go and get PVC, like, why do I even get PVC? They're going to announce anything they want anyway. So in order for them to get validity, they try to introduce the technology. And we believe them. We tried it. It didn't work. But what happens is when you go through a process, you go back and review what you've done and say, okay, this is where I failed. What made me make that mistake? With so much trust comes hurt. When you trust someone so much and he fails you, you get that feeling of, okay, you messed me about. Next time, I will not give you the opportunity again. You have to earn it. And that is what's going to happen in the next election. I'm not saying Peter Obi will not win this legal process. It's not going to work. I'm not, and I'm not doubting it, because if they've already said he didn't bring evidence, technicalities were most of the things that were used to remove it. Those technicalities still exist. Before somebody tell you to go to court, they've already have their plan arranged for that court. If you want to know your judicial system, go and print out all the judges from local government judges all the way to federal judges. Check their relationship with the existing political class. You will see the relationship. And that is why the system don't work. Then, for those people saying, oh, we need to have Biafra Republic, Oduduwa Republic, Northern Republic, fine. It's a good idea. With homogeneity comes trust and development, which is what happened in Western world. Most Western world have 80% of the population speaking one particular language. Fair enough, it gives you that opportunity. However, you find yourself in a situation where you can't do that. So what do? Keep pushing the bar of the process till it gets to a point where you can control that system. I can guarantee somebody, go and check. One thing this election proved to me is that Nigeria population is not 200 million. I can categorically tell you Nigeria is less than 120 million. Why? Because if you tell me you're 200 million and about 80 million people took PVCs and only about a maximum of 30 million people determine the outcome of an election, the other PVCs, were they taken by ghost? No, they were taken by politicians who kept them, thinking that on the day they will come in and control the process like they normally do and add fake voters. But the people were there with their phones and camera, they couldn't do that. So you've eliminated that excessive voting in the system. What I expect people of Labour Party and other political parties to do now is to sit down and look at that data and start looking at where were the most people came out for election. Those are the areas you're going to start having polling unit agents, sending your people there, planning for 2027. If it's drone, if it is armor tanko, you need to get it to those polling units and sit down there and get that figure corrected.
Mr. Liu, you will continue. I just want to quickly buttress what you just said. This is the time where they need to start working on this thing. It's just to buttress your point, which I've always said. Now is to be preparing for 2027. And that is why I'm going to say it again, that those who took that position, particularly that have YouTube channels, that rode or ride on the All Eyes on Judiciary, and suddenly start to post on their channel, Nigeria is dead, democracy is dead. We tend not to see some good things in this matter. I was in Nigeria during that election, and I keep saying it tomorrow, that the people came out to actually vote because they want a change. So if they can build on that enthusiasm and keep it running while they are pursuing the Supreme Court this thing, regardless of the outcome. I yield the floor. Let me quickly take some comments. I'll come back to you, Mr. Liu, because this you made a valid argument, a point, not even argument. So I'll come back to you because of those in the comments. Sorry, I mute myself. Someone said, leave God out of this mocking. Now, we say we can't leave God out of anything. No, I think leave God out of, did I skip one? Leave God out of this. Stop mocking God. Please take your problem to the, we can never leave God out of anything, okay? But your comment is respected. Which one is next? Supreme Court have nothing to offer because BAT has bought all of them. When victory is close, the battle becomes sad. Our victory is sure, Nigeria will be great. Thank you for that. I can understand those who are discouraged. Our job, my job, is to encourage you. So I'm not going to tell you what you said is wrong, but hopefully those who commented positively will, in the long run, encourage you to have that change of mind. You are not asking the right question. Coach, could you tell us what question I should ask, please? We are not practicing autocracy as Chris Paul thought I'm doing. But let me know, as this will keep us talking about rubbish for a century. So can you please tell us, Coach, what is the question, please? Because it's dedicated to those of you in the comment section. Desmond, please do not blame our sister Moikona for what she said. Dati Ahmed said it before. Okay? You see, I like I said, once you put something out there on social media, you hardly can take it back. In fact, in most cases, you can't take it back. That is why we have, irrespective of our anger and everything, be careful what you put out there, what you say, particularly if you are fighting for one Nigeria. You have a platform that millions of people will listen to now and will listen to in the future. But when you now said one Nigeria and you put it there, not just her, most people did that. Then tomorrow, Peter B is going to Supreme Court. You will not come and say, oh, we are all going to Supreme Court. What will people say of you? Who did this person think we are? Are we stupid? I think she should take it back. If she's listening, if she's hearing or she's listening, she should take that thing back and apologize to our viewers and to Nigerians who have contributed, who have spent hours listening. Even your principal person is going to court and you are saying Nigeria, Supreme Court, Nigeria is dead. What a nonsense. Pardon my language there, please. Paul, Ali James, I'll go back to you again. The floor is yours.
So what people are not understanding here, if you ever read The Art of War, Peter Obi is playing classic Art of War. Or if you read your 48 Laws of Power back and front with the Art of Seduction included as a caveat to give you a holistic view. The Nigerian system is designed in such a way that if you have an issue, you resort to violence. The people in power know and expect you to resort to violence. Peter Obi is playing them against themselves by saying, do not resort to violence. It's like, for example, in African society where we come from, a child does something wrong, you smack him. You keep smacking him, he gets one day, he does something wrong, you don't smack him. That child will not sleep. You'll be thinking, this man is planning something. This man is going to do something at some point. So in the process of doing that, he'll start doing everything he's supposed to do correctly because he's basically trying to be in your good book. The political class have got to a point where they have no regard for the Nigerian people anymore. Fair enough. I understand. We give them the power. We give them the opportunity. We never question them. So you don't blame somebody when you already telling them, okay, this man is from my village. He must win because he's from my village. But you did not ask the question then. When he gets there, what is his policy? Now he's there now. He's doing what he wants to do. You're not saying, oh, no, we didn't agree. Did Tinubu give anybody, did Tinubu come into any debate and defend the manifesto? He did not come for anything. So why are you expecting him to do a miracle? He told you what he was going to do. He did it. So why are you surprised? For God's sake, leave the man alone. You people decided to give him the opportunity in the first place. So what am I trying to say in essence? Peter Obi playing them the classic game is do not resort to violence. When you now keep quiet and they're not thinking, wait, what are they going to do next now? We've already got the army ready. They did not do anything. We've done this, they did not do anything. So, okay, you know what? Let's be careful. They could be using our gate man. They're not watching their back. And some of them that will get to a point where they can't bear it anymore, dying inside, will start doing the right thing without knowing they're doing the right thing. Nobody expected them to say they're going to use beavers. Did anybody push Buhari to use beavers? No. It's because of the way the tribunal went between him and Atiku in the last election. To maintain their legitimacy, they brought in beavers. Did you go and tell them to bring beavers? No. They brought it themselves. And now that you brought it out, you cannot take it back again. The next electoral, they will be, watch between now and 2020, by the time Tinubu will leave, they will amend that law to make it mandatory that beavers must be used. Because they want to maintain their legitimacy. They will not want to go into international community and look stupid. And that is where the problem comes. They will keep pushing themselves to make that final mistake. However, it will take longer than expected. It's not going to be a next tomorrow thing. Another thing we're talking about is, like I said, I was trying to address the issue of regionalism. The only time Nigeria ever worked was when we have homogeneity across the regions. We had the Southwest, Southeast, and the Northern region. It worked because there was an underlying system in place. And that underlying system is where you get taught in your mother tongue. People tend to forget. Before we got independence, if you go to school in the East, 9 times out of 10, your teacher will explain to you what he's trying to say in English in your local dialect. If you go to the school in West, when you're struggling, your local teacher will explain to you in your local dialect. When you come to the north, the same thing applied. And that was why people were acting in line with the expectation, because the communication was easy. Nowadays, Nigerians speak BB grammar, and you want to communicate to the masses. You don't speak big grammar to the masses. And people come in and start clapping for you. Oh, he's speaking BB English to 10 people and small English to 1 million people have electoral capital. That is what the people in LPO, PDPO, even APC, within the APC, there are people that want Nigeria to work. Let's not forget that. We need to get to a point where we start communicating. From what I can gather from here, most of us are from the South. Let's just say generic South, Southeast and Southwest here. Yeah. I lived in the North. I grew up in the North. I speak Hausa fluently. I take Hausa as my first language. So if you tell me, if you go up north, and most of my friends up north don't believe in this long grammar you are speaking, how do we move product from point A to point B? This is what the political parties should start doing. Another thing I expect the Labour Party or PDP to start doing is to announce their own backbencher ministers. Peter Obi should say, well, you put take us, you want okay. If I were the president, these are my ministers that will work with me. This is how we will have implemented the issue of fuel subsidy. This is how I will have, this is the economic plan I will have. You are not fighting. The problem we have in Africa is that we keep fighting ourselves like, oh, because I'm not there, I will not, they don't want to speak. Let them steal your idea. If it works for everybody, it works for all of us. Announce your political party plan. If Peter Obi was the president now, who were going to be his ministers? Put them on board. Go to the TVs and say, we are opposition party. This minister for power. This will be minister for industry. This will announce equivalent ministers to them, so that anytime they come on national TV and announce something, your minister will go on national TV and say, this is how we would have done it. You're beginning to build up to 2027 with government in waiting, not election anymore. People are hearing, they are seeing the idea, they are relating with it. Before you know it, you're ready. Nothing happens by luck. Prayer doesn't solve anything. You need to have action. Even your God, in whatever religion you are, first you speak, you act, and you get result. Nigerians will only speak, they don't act. So they were expecting the result to come from miracle. They will tell you God will touch somebody's heart. Nobody can touch anybody's heart. That is my submission here. If you like, go and bring the whole history of Africa and rewrite it from beginning to the end. If you cannot communicate it to the ordinary man, it has no effect on them.
Thank you very much.
You can speak all the braggadocious, you're wasting your time. You must make it. Even Peter Obi or PDP or APC need to bring their manifesto and translate it to the 3 main languages. And a generic one as a broken. Make a YouTube channel or TikTok channel where they will be explaining their policy to the local person. That local person is the person that will influence the other person in the village. You don't need penny to run an election in Africa. You just need communication. And the people that are educated are forgetting that because you are educated, you assume you want to show, okay, I have PhD, I have that. I don't care what you have. If you don't have electoral capital, you're useless. You have no influence. What you know will die with you. That is just
Thank you, Ali. Yes, if we start to get ourselves involved and like I keep saying, I've said it several times that we don't have to wait, or we should not wait for 2027 to come before we start to talk. We have to start to do something now, before we start doing something. We have to start doing something now. And before I continue, I will just take some more. Only solution is to break up. Well, could you, listen, like I said, I don't want to dismiss anybody's comments. Could you tell us how we are to break up, please? That will help us, please. That will really help us. One Nigerian people face pink tears, fix pink tears. Sometimes I love those in this comment section. They make me laugh. Johnson, no. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have allowed. Mr. Anchor, please don't tell people how to make their suggestions. I don't. Who did I tell how to make suggestions? I only ask, are you suggesting The person has to say yes or no and clarify themselves. I don't put words in people's mouth or dictate or tell people what to say. I can seek for clarification and also ask, are you suggesting? It doesn't mean I am telling people what to suggest. It's for clarification purposes so that people like you and those of us will understand what the person is saying. So that is the point, please. Thank you, Emmanuel B. And I just feel people think like you and know the issues. On ground, it's quite obvious that Nigeria are not one. At the moment, it appears that we are not one. But the things that unite us are more than the things that divide us. Only if we will recognize that. Even our tribe shouldn't divide us. Because, truth be told,
I would disagree
we all,
with you on that. I would disagree with you on that.
when I said it should not divide us, because the reason why I said that, yeah, disagreement is welcome. Let me finish. Reason why I said that is,
Yes.
you are an Hausa man. I am an Ijaw man. Okay. No, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Mr. Julius, Aliu James, can you unmute yourself? So let me put these questions to you. First, let's recognize our ethnicity, our tribe. Okay. And let's recognize that let's have our image. Imagine that we are in Nigeria. Both of us are currently on ground in Nigeria. Let's look at the situation. The situation, I will highlight 4 things. Bad governance, okay? But include electricity, bad roads, unemployment, good health care. These things affect you and I. Would you agree on that?
Yes, I agree with you on that. But what I'm trying to let you understand is, human beings have 2 ways of reacting to situation. If a situation is fair, you don't resort to your defense mechanism. The reason why most people here are highlighting ethnicity, religion, is because they have tried all they can under the existing protocol. And some people have reached a stretching point. For example, you're still sounding positive about Nigeria. Even though I sound nonchalant, I was very, very positive about Nigeria. My family has a history of military. I went to NDA myself at some point. So I know how the system operates. Unfortunately, what I'm trying to say is, when people get to a point where they've tested their limit, they resort back to what makes them unique. Nigerians have tested the limit of this democratic system. And as I can guarantee you, most of my friends now, I know most of my friends have gone, you know what? I don't want to have anything to do with Nigeria again. If it's possible, sir, I will adopt a different country. Some people have started investing in other countries in Africa where they have peace of mind. Because with Nigeria, you cannot get anything that you can really rely on. And the mistake people are forgetting is that the electoral process is not Nigerian problem. The problem in Nigeria is the legal system. A country developed where people feel that if I have issue with me and you have issue, I can go to a neutral arbiter and get justice. And when you don't have that, the defense mechanism goes to the point of where, you know what, I'd rather find the justice by myself, because I know if I go there, I'm not going to get anything. For example, if you listen to Peter Obi's legal team after the tribunal, he said something. He said election in Nigeria is getting to a point where the person that wants to contest against the result is being faced with so much technicalities. Like I told you, all these things were built in because you already know the law already. So that this information you're going to provide will be null and void, even though you provided them. Because either you go past the date, or it wasn't provided in the right way, or they'll just tell you, oh, we accepted it. If you go to a court, and here in Europe where we are, if you go to a court, you present information that is not right, the judge or whoever is supposed to admit that reference, tell you, we're going to take this on board, but go and bring this to meet the criteria. We are taking that on board, pending when you bring the original this. But in Nigerian case, is I will take it on board. When it gets to the judgment date, I'll now blame you for not putting the stamp on it. Are you getting the point now? So it now
Mr.
makes people now going, wait, it's because I'm a Yoruba man, because I'm an Igbo man.
The point I am making is that we have more things than unite us, than divide. And you reference tribe. And you said each of us have a uniqueness in respect to this. Now, this uniqueness you highlighted or you stated, does this uniqueness include you and I having a functional society?
Yes, it will only include me and you having a functional society. It's like our uniqueness is like a relationship. For example, I believe that I'm looking at you, a family man. Yeah?
Yeah, correct.
There is a uniqueness in terms of your wife, and there's uniqueness in terms of you. The uniqueness comes from the way she was brought up in our own family and the way you were brought up. When you people decided to go into a union, there are things you will do that you can tolerate. And there is what is called red line that you cannot take from any other woman. Not that she's the only woman in this world.
Okay.
That is the point we have not got to in Nigeria.
Okay,
we are all unique, but we have not
Mr.
accepted that a Yoruba man will not accept you doing this or that. We have not beginning to draw the red lines, so that when we draw that red line becomes part of our legal system, so that we respect each other's uniqueness in order to bring all of us together as one.
Okay.
Am I making sense?
Yeah, yes, you are. But what I need you to connect for me, I need you to connect this for me, please.
Okay.
I recognize the uniqueness of our ethnicity, the language in particular, the being able to speak different language. We have different language, and we showcase our whatever it is that we showcase. In this uniqueness, I need you to connect it for me, please. In the context of Nigeria, we need certain things to function. Good healthcare.
Yes.
Good healthcare.
Electricity, employment.
Good road. Electricity.
Regular payment. That is one thing people are missing. As much as you have a job, if it's end of the month, if I'm supposed to pay you today, I pay you on that day. Not pay you 6 months or 7 months later.
Pension. You will get your pension when you're supposed.
On the day you're supposed to get it. Always put that caveat there, because people will tell you, okay, I agree with all these things you're saying, yeah?
The question is, does these things that I just mentioned cut across board? That means it affects you, and Yoruba man, it affects me, the Ijaw man, it affects the Igbo man, it affects everyone. Do we agree on that?
Yes, 100%. 100%.
So regardless of our ethnicity, the uniqueness of our ethnicity, we still have something. There are more things that should make us, or that unite us, to fight together, to have one voice, regardless of our ethnicity background. Do you agree on that? Do you think so?
Yes.
So that is the message that is the positivity, the angle I come from. So if I have, let's say we have a Yoruba nation, for example, or no, let's go by the popular one, the Biafra nation. Let's create it in our mind. We just created a Biafra nation. These things we just agree on now, they will still want it to function in that Biafra nation. Was that correct?
Yes, 100%. 100%. Anyway, if those things are not available, there's no need of you having a community together. Because if, for example, what you're saying now, even if all of us that own houses back home, we still need those things to function in those houses. That is what we need. The only difference we're saying is, let these people that claim to represent us provide us that. If they can, fine. The argument will move to a next level. We're all human beings. We're never satisfied. We will now start looking for other things to add to that. But like I tell anybody, if you provide an average Nigerian, electricity, like you said, give them a regular wage and say they have a job, and you pay them when you're supposed to pay them, not pay them 6 months, 7 months later. And education is okay, health is okay. I can guarantee you, flights will be moved, leaving Nigeria empty to come back to Europe. Flight from Europe will be going the other way. Like people will be queuing, like we used to queue in Molwe, going to Molwe in Lagos back in the days. That is how it's going to be.
Thank you very much. I like that that's your last point. I love it. Mr. Wale, thanks for coming back. I got your number, so I am going to call you. I will take some few comments again. Those of you in the comment section, I would like to thank you.
My brother, just one sentence.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead,
and
sir.
Just touching on what my dear brother said, I will connect it back to history again. One sentence. We are the same people, born of the same parents. We have to be united. We don't have any choice. We don't have any, there's no other option. We have to understand that we need each other. We need each other. If I see an Ijaw man and a Yoruba man, a man from Abraka, is it from Agbo, is it from the north? It doesn't matter. This dark skin, you're my brother. If I fight you, I'm fighting my own blood. We need to understand that that African spirit needs to unite us in Nigeria. Then we will move forward. Because we're a strong nation. We're strong people. And I believe in that. I believe in that unity, and it will come to pass. My father did not see it. He died 2021 in the 60s at the time of the Nigerian Biafran War. He was always calling for Nigerian unity. They actually founded in Germany here, Nigerian Unity Congress, and they were all people of different tribes. It was not just one tribe. And we can unite. If Okocha scores a goal back in the days, would an Hausa man say, "Na go man, I no go score, I no go shout"?
No, we'll all celebrate.
My brother, attend to the other brothers. I don't want to take too much of your time.
No, it's okay. You see, people, we need to come to that. You see, if what unites us is more than what divides us. Until we have to recognize this and start to work on this issue. I'll take some more comments. Mr. Aliu James, if you're there, I need to know we allow. If Nigerians were meant to unite, should have happened after 63 years. First unity called diversity is a problem everywhere. So because Madi P said because you are sorry, it's not coming up. Madi P, you said because you're citizens too. I don't know what you meant by that. Could you please? That is not the issue here. The issue is the conception as a people. Do they have it? I think we have the people. You ask a question, but I think we have the people. Honestly speaking, we do have. Just as obedience took them by surprise during the election, God will also take them by surprise at the Supreme. It will be like a dream to them. Yeah, that is a positive attitude. So don't let us be discouraged. Now, like I said, I acknowledge those who are the reason why people are discouraged. It's part of life. It happens. But when we now take it overboard, then it becomes an issue. Mr. Wale, you reference the Bible a lot. You will remember the 12 spies that went to 12 spies, and they came back, and I think 10 of them put out a discouraging comment, statement, and say, "Oh, the children of the giant are there," but Caleb and Joshua said, we are able to overcome them. So that is what we should preach on. We are able to, like Mr. Aliu James was saying, it's a gradual process. I don't think in a million years either Tinubu or the APC party ever believed that they will be stretched to this limit by Peter Obi and the Labour Party and the people. And trust me, if we go with this enthusiasm, the next election, like what Mr. Judicial rightly said, it will be difficult for them to want to pull because Nigerians have woken up. But I now became worrisome when these messages were going out. Nigeria is dead. I did not have a plan to run a show today. The show I have to broadcast today was on Thursday. And I said, there has to be a pushback on this negative thing. These are channels who ride on Peter B, all eyes on Judiciary. And sadly, some of them made money from it. People contributed to them. They got views and subscribers. Are they doing it because of views and subscribers and people to donate to them and not for the good of the nation? No, that is not why. When you have a platform, and like I said when you have a platform in the context of Nigeria, some of us take Nigeria as we think it's an hypothetical thing that we are dealing with, or no, it is not an hypothetical. Nigeria is real. What people are experiencing there is real. Schools will be back on Monday, and people are already complaining how the hardship is, how their children will pay transportation to, because of the hike in the fuel price. So Nigeria is not a drama or something we should toil with. It's people's life we are talking about here. Madipis, you are not stable. Make it preset. Make it preset by preset. Listen. I don't know what you mean by I am not stable. I understand precept by precept. And I think if you can give me some guidance, please, let me put it that way. So, Maddy Peace, he said I should make it precept by precept. So, can you please suggest what I should say and what I should say next and what I should say next? Please, it will be highly appreciated, please. Thank you very much. Electricity and this argument of develop your region. Yeah, I will keep saying it. And that is just the truth. I will keep saying it, develop your region. I'll set an example for you. If you want to leave the country today, regardless of the circumstances why you want to travel, the first thing you will do is to have your international passport. Mr. Wale, do you agree on that? The first thing you have to do is to have your international passport, because you need your international passport to even apply for a visa or to do anything. So develop your region. When we see that your region has been developed, and let your legislators, your governors who are there, who want the same thing, who you think want the same thing as you, make this representation. But your legislators are not making this representation. They are part of those that collected the 70 billion. Go ahead, Mr. Awole. Thank you.
You know, my brother, you see, like I said, and I was not a good listener before when I was growing up, but I had to learn it. And I've listened to a lot, I'm reading a lot of comments and understanding from different viewpoints. It's good and great that if people can develop their regions, it would be wonderful, my brother. Because every region in Nigeria, my brother, go on Google and look for the map. In fact, I'll send it to you on WhatsApp when you write me. Go for the map of Nigeria that talks about the mineral resources in Nigeria. I'm ready to argue it with any historian. Nigeria is that land that was being spoken of in ancient times as a land that was flowing with milk.
No, it's not an argument. It's a fact. No. You are stating a fact. It is true.
So we need these people. We need people. See, there are too many thieves in Nigeria. There are too many thieves, and they are in the top places. We are having illegal mining in Nigeria like in no other African country. In the 70s, we knew in Lagos that there was gold in Zamfara and they are mining it. Since the 70s, can you imagine, my brother? So that is a problem that Nigerians don't understand. That, listen, we elect these people. Okay, Nigerians were very forgiving and we have patience. Heaven have mercy when heaven keep the bad lion in us back, that will keep a good head and move ahead in unity. I agree with everything you said, my brother, that we should continue in this force. We should not be in despair that, okay, we lost the election. Now it has gone to the court. Now they have bamboozled us. Now we have to now go to the Supreme Court. Now, even if it happens that they win in the Supreme Court, we need
continue
to stay united.
We still
We
need
need
to
to
maintain
remain
that.
as a force
Exactly.
because there is something that has happened in this era that has never happened on
Happened
Nigerian
before.
soil.
So thank you, Mr. Ole.
I appreciate my brother.
Mr. Anchor, Emmanuel Ose, you said, Mr. Anchor, what does developing region have to do with breaking away? It has everything to do with it. Listen, I will cite one example for you. I think, Mr. Wale, you said that even when the things that Buhari did, the good things that Buhari did, we don't highlight it. Let me mention one. Before he left office, he signed into law the electricity bill, giving states the power, the license to generate and distribute. As any one of us citizens ask our state governor how far they have gone with this thing, are they? No, we've not. It has nothing to do with the federal again. It's now in the hands of the state to generate and distribute electricity. And if the issue of electricity is resolved in Nigeria, 50% of the problem has been resolved. 50%. In fact, 80%. Let me go to 80. If we have stable electricity in Nigeria, 80% of our problem has been solved. You know why? Because Nigerians today do not depend on government for their daily need, to supply their daily need. We don't. I think Nigeria has more entrepreneurs than any country in the world. We don't depend on government to give us our daily need. So if electricity is functional there, trust me, if the sky will be begging us. So develop your region. Let your governors, your legislators who are there, if truly they want Biafra, Yoruba nation, Ijaw nation, any nation whatsoever, let those who are in the legislative arm, let them rise up and say, yes, it's time we amend this constitution to say we need to put this breaking away option in that. None of them have done it. You know why? Because they are collecting, they're in this unified corruption with the executive. So when we come here to say we want our own nation, how do you go about it? Is it not due process? Will you not follow due process? How do you want to do the breakaway? After all, Scotland wanted to break away. They went through due process. And at first they voted, the people said no. The second time they want to go, they say you have to hold on for. It's called due process. Joanne, so please, presenter, stop capping. How can you develop your under a criminal? I don't understand this. I'm shocked with question. You can't compare Scotland to Nigeria. I'm so disappointed in you, presenter. It's allowed for you to be disappointed in me. And my basis of comparison is founded. They are not Scotland, they are human beings that live there. They don't have two heads. Why should I not compare Scotland to Nigeria? Why? If I shouldn't compare Scotland to Nigeria, then why are people trying to Scotland then? Is it not because they want good things in Scotland? Because there are good things there? Mr. Wole, please help me in this regard. If you are still
My brother, you read my mind. You read my mind. You read my mind. I want to pronounce his name as the Spanish always pronounce his name. One, I only agree with him partially where he says, how can you develop your region under a criminal setup? And this criminal setup extends from Africa to Europe. That is one. Secondly, comparison from Scotland to Nigeria. The whole European empire, including Scotland, was built on the back of our ancestors. I wouldn't say more than that.
Thank you very much. Like I said, it's dedicated to those in the comment section, and we will keep having them. Thanks for your comments, and keep bringing it in. Jaja, hi everyone. Jaja, hi to you too. I want you.
I like Jaja. I like when you see African men using the picture of a
Uh,
lion. I
I
like
want
that.
you, Stephen. 5
That's a brother who is
states.
awake.
Uh, Emmanuel also, when criminals are in power, how do you expect other regions to develop? Okay. Like I said, Buhari has put electricity bill into Biafra consists of old Eastern Europe. Biafra isn't only for Igbos. Okay, no problem. Thanks for that. Delta Igbo is not Igbo. Okay, now you see. Some people say Delta Igbo is not Igbo. Okay, let's continue. Uh, Delta Igbos are Igbos. Okay, Emmanuel Obi. Thank you for that. Yes, electricity. Where is the humanity? But you claim you are Christian. Only God can understand. Electricity, where is the humanity? In what sense? It's a question, but you claim you are Christian, only God can honor. What exactly are you referencing to, Mr. Madi Peace? It would be nice if you could shed a bit of light in this. Where is the humanity? In what? In our leaders, or in me, or in Mr. Wale? But you claim you are Christian, only God on. What exactly are you alluding to? I would please shed some light, because anyone who is reading this will ask you the same question.
My
Where
brother,
is
use the Nigerian sense to understand this English.
so I need him.
Electricity,
It's
comma,
dedicated. Go ahead, sir.
you know what I mean. Where is humanity because we don't have electricity? Maybe that's what that sentence means.
Okay, but
And
he
then he
said,
now
but
says, you claim you are Christians because maybe he sees that you are taking sides with against her own thinking, and he says you call yourself Christians. Only God understand. That's typical
see,
Nigerian
the issue of
underground
the
underground
issue
English.
of electricity, the issue of good health care, the issue of good road has got nothing to do with religion or tribe or anything. I think we just highlighted that. So, but Mandy, please, could you shed some more light or clarify? Or what exactly are you suggesting, please? We would like to know that, please. Remember, this show is dedicated to those in the comment section. We have two states here. Timajek, which dialect do you speak? Kolobari or Krika? For the first time, Timajek. Timajek highlighted a very positive spoke asked. Thank you for that, Timajek. I like the development. Thank you for that. I will answer your question soon. I think where am I in this? I think sorry, I think I passed. I missed one. I will come back to Biafra question. I missed two. I missed some few. I missed some comments. Where was I? Yeah, okay. We are here, and so we finish here. We're asking for clarification from Biafra can't be 5 Igbo states, Mr. Presenter. How can a governor support Biafra when he is benefiting from the criminal setup called Nigeria? Now, Mr. Juan Areno, we had an hypothetical discussion in respect to how many states. I mean, not hypothetical. We put it in the present context that okay, just for argument's sake, it's 5 states that makes up that Biafra nation. So that is why I went for 5 states. I did not say, nor the person Nathaniel said is 5 states. Nathaniel said it's more than 5 states. He highlighted, but for the purpose of argument, I narrowed it down to 5 states. Now, this is important, what you just highlighted. How can a governor support Biafra when he's benefiting from the criminal setup called Nigeria? You've just said the truth. Yes, and that is why to achieve that Biafra will be very difficult, if not impossible. Because the people who are supposed to push for it, your governors, your legislators that represent you in your constituency, they are not. And so, how do you achieve this? This is what I keep saying every time that people think I don't want them to talk. I don't. No, It's not that's the case. How do you achieve it? Please, I need you to tell me. Someone said electricity has its own agenda. And honestly speaking, you are 100% right. I have my own agenda. And it's not an hidden agenda. So let me highlight my agenda again. Agendas, if there's anything like plural to it. One, I want a working country. Two, I've been campaigning on Section 68 and Section 110, which is recalling, which I'm going to state again for the record, that our major problem is those in the legislative hand. And my agenda is to campaign and push for a change. So it's not an hidden thing. Now, if you ask me, do I also want to become president of Nigeria? I will tell you, yes, I also want to become president of Nigeria. But that is a dream too far for me to reach. It's a dream. I'm not dismissing it. But let me start from the grassroots. So you're right. I have an agenda, Oko Chatham. I hope that has been clarified to you, confirmed to you, not clarified. Just Steven, Emmanuel said, I don't think so. So Emmanuel said, I don't know what can you be, who make them leaders? Stop insulting our intelligence, electricity. I'm not insulting your intelligence. It's not in my place to insult anyone's intelligence. Whether you like it or not, they are our leaders. They are there. We can deny it, but it's a fact. Exactly, I cannot say certain things in presence of my kids in regards to where I come from. Don't be ashamed of it. Let them know, please. That's history. Don't be ashamed of it. Your leaders are far away from the law of our people. Well, we're fighting for them to come to reality. You said, what was it said? You, Stephen, yes. Sometimes I don't know. I take a lot of comments, so I don't know what you say yes to, but it's acknowledged. You remove the Igbo from Delta. Okay, I think okay, they are addressing each other. Okay, fair enough. Now, Jaja said the Biafran question is about a demand for citizenship. Everybody who is institutional disadvantage in Nigeria is a Biafran. Dele Farotimi. Mr. Wale, can you weigh in on this comment for me, please?
Oh well, I love my brother Dele Farotimi. We all listen to him. Most of us listen to him actually. I do agree. I do agree that there's a demand for citizenship. But it is like what we have been saying before. We want to move forward. There's nothing wrong in identifying who we are. There's nothing wrong in having regional power in an united Nigeria. Those who we call our enemies, they want to see us divided. And we know that there is a constitution in Nigeria that forbids any form of secession. It is there. So any nation that does want to say they want to, it is going to be an eternal thing that they are. Why can't we unite as a people? Far, far, far away in the past, we were a united people who spoke one language until our languages were confused, and we are still linguistically connected. I don't have any hatred. I love my Igbo people. I love, in fact, my big mouth is against Yoruba people the most. Yes, you can see that every Nigerian is a Biafran, but it's not the philosophy and the ideology of those who represent Biafra. It talks about the wherever they think that it's supposed to be Biafra and should be seceded from the Nigerian, and that would never happen in Nigeria. I did not make the law. This is just there. And we need to adapt ourselves to this thing and not distract ourselves from things that have held us back. And speak with one voice, speak with one language. Like I used the football analogy. If Ahmed Musa scores a goal now, does the Igbo man not shout goal? But see, we are hating ourselves. You know what I'm talking about, my brother? This thing is bringing us back. We need to speak with a united voice and see how we can take this, our own Nigerian revolution in the name of Peter Obi and this Labour Party thing. Let's move this thing together. We cannot run away. I listen to what's this guy's name? Elder. What does he call himself again? This comedian.
Young Elder.
Young Elder, yes. I was sad about the statement too, even though I was trying to imagine myself agreeing with him. And I felt that no, we cannot say it is dead. In a revolution, people don't give up. They fight to the end. They fight to the end. And if this is a type of revolution that has been peaceful so far, let us take it and take it as far as it can go. Or else, it might even happen that you just start hearing martial music one day in Nigeria, and then you start hear, I, Lieutenant Colonel, whoever, we have taken over Nigeria. It can happen. Don't ever say anything cannot happen. So let us stay in this, on this democratic train that we are uncomfortable on. It's like a mole where, you know, when he's going through Lagos those days now, by the time he takes you to your destination, you're already having headache. But we need to move united and stop speaking against ourselves. The hatred that has even come out in this type of, at the last election, from tribe to tribe, it is a disgrace. It's a disgrace. We need to come together and put these things that we have dealt with in the past. I do understand the Biafran ideology and what they're standing for, but we need to stand together as united Nigeria, or else, okay, they want to start war, then we have another one again, and Nigeria cannot afford a war. And we can live together. It's not that we cannot live together. We marry each other. What is wrong with us?
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. I thank you for weighing into that for me. I appreciate it. According to, where is this? Nwaju Stephen Ayokocha, maybe in the future. Okay, this is between two people. The next. Electricity thinks of Nigeria as a normal state, but that is far from the truth. All policies enacted since the civil have ulterior motive. Okay, thank you for that. Mondio, Electricity, you are from my hood. Which of the hood are you referring to? Please. Okochata, please. Mondio, which of the hood, please? Thank you for making us laugh. Which of the hood? You need to let me know so that I can agree or say, no, I don't belong to that hood, or I belong to that hood, please. And let's say, how old are you? I'm 48 years old. No sin can enter heaven. Of course, Maddy Peace. So, Maddy Peace, I don't understand what you're saying, to be honest. Jaja is sadly. Jaja gave you a thumbs up sign, Mr. Wale, for your Energy thinks of Nigeria as a normal state. Okay, that's a repeat again. Imagine, you be Surulere boy in Lagos. Okay, Atokocha, you be Surulere boy in Lagos. Okay. We are the mother and father of the earth. No one can turn me around. I will lie to you because you don't clarify your stuff. If you're not Igbo, so who are you? You're answering Igbo name but claim you are not Igbo. Okay, this is between two people, so we'll skip that. But not with corruption until we succeed in one our ancestors made to rule. Anyway. Let's see the next. Why the futures? I'm really confused about people who speak a dialect. Okay, we'll skip some. I'm gonna skip some comments here because it's between two people here. Two people, those that are not in any secret organization. Okay. Those that are not in any secret organization. Well, I'm not in any secret organization, so this is for you, Mr. Wale. I appreciate this speaker, so that's for you. Again, like I said, I'll bring you in. We'll sit. I have your phone number. I will call you. Keep history. No word said that we have to say. Where is the conception as a people? Maddy, you can just clarify what you said. That will help us. That will help us a lot. So I'm going to skip some that is just between two people. This is not democracy anymore. It is called Kakistocracy. Okay, kakistocracy. Let's check it. I'm not blaming West nor colonial masters. Thank God that we have someone who is not. Enoyan, thank you for that. It's painful how before us they ripped our democracy without conscience. I'm pained. Mr. Wale, let me ask you this. Based on Enoyan's comment, this issue of the West sitting on our neck, the colonial. I'm going to ask you a few questions. No, is it a question or a statement? Because I've been thinking of this for a very long time. Yes, we were colonized by the British, okay? But most of us were not, did not experience slavery. But we carry this argument of slave or whatever it is. The question is, yes, they colonize us. Are we saying that we cannot, or we've not come to that point to say, you know what, we are taking our own destiny into our own hands? Many of us run to them. I put it, initially they came to take off of slavery. Now we are presenting ourselves to them as slaves. That is often I always say. But the truth is, the issue is that, is it not high time we come off this us of this Western world and colonialism and take our own destiny into our own hands? Please, can you, if you can, I don't know whether that's a question or for you to weigh in,
brother,
please.
You spoke all the things that you said are things that are going on in not only my head, your head, many people present all over Nigeria, all over Africa. You see, my brother, is not you see, the problem is after the so-called independence, because there was no independence, our people had to sign the best deal because they believed that their coming generation, they believed that they are going back home to now build, and then the coming generation will get themselves out of the shackles that that are still on us. It was from the 60s already to the 70s, and we experienced it all. We missed that time to break out of the shackles. China broke out of their shackles. India broke out of their shackles. Now they cannot press India. They cannot. We can as a nation. My brother, is not mouth. If I had, we do have a team of engineers, but if we had the finances to do the kind of things we would love to do on grassroots level, forgetting the government, give us 4 years, the same tenure these people have. My experience in the German production industries, and knowing who Nigerians are. I'm a Nigerian trained mechanical engineer, and I am not a worm here. Nigeria has everything to become a world power in the space of 8 years. It's not okay, they have their shackles on us or whatever. We now have Russia and China that is making things difficult for the West. This is the time for Nigeria to break out as a nation, for Nigerians to come together, use what we have as resources. Can you imagine production centers everywhere? The whole education system has to be revisited. Our children are learning things at school that is not, in fact, what am I even saying? Brother, you remember the subjects now at school, primary school, secondary school. Do you know how many subjects my daughter did for her school set? 4 subjects. They put 9 on me that time, on you too. 8 or 9. Is it not true? Subjects that we did not even live for our life. That is the reason why we need to go back to our history. Is India writing? Do you know that our fathers had forms of writing that is not revealed to our people today? They destroyed us badly, my brother. But Nigeria is still flowing with milk and honey. It will still flow with milk and honey for generations to come. Why can't we now start joining hands, brains together? The time that we do conceiving all kinds of evil against each other. My brother, 13, 14-year-olds, the time I came here, after 2 years, I called my dad. I said that these people, no wonder that 419 can do them anyhow. They don't have sense past us. My dad was telling me, yeah, we experienced that also. We need to get our act together as a people and start using the resources, building machines. What were the Japanese and the Chinese doing all along? If it is only copy, let them call us copy. If they put their loudspeaker on this side, we'll put our own in the middle, but we will still sell our product at quality. And we have everything on Nigerian soil. Nigeria can build planes. You can build planes in Nigeria. To build the big engines, I have been there before. So, and we have the brains. But when you now start forcing all kinds of languages, why can't we start thinking of the fact that this coming generation, we have people together, brains together, who will now use our local languages to teach our children? What is wrong with us? We have to do it the way. The language that we are speaking, do you know how long it took you and I to understand things at school? It's not that we were stupid. And China, in spite of colonialism, they were also colonized. India was also colonized. Are we the only one that we are now making noise saying they embodied it, they did that, they did it?
Honestly speaking, I don't understand. That's just a bit. I don't understand. We always, anyway. I'll come back to you again.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate, sir.
This statement needs to be backed up by every otherwise we run the risks of people. What statement are you referring to? Trishul Akin. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name very well. Somebody said, I wish we have more guys like this speaker and Nathaniel. All right, thank you. Now I will run another show that I will bring Mr. Wale in on the platform. So then Kelechi said he's saying the absolute truth. All right, thank you for that. Maddy Peace again. Do you people have love nowhere? I don't get Maddy Peace. One day we'll get what you are saying. Wise talk, speaker. We can't be united with all the division. Imagine telling Palestine and Israel to unite. It's not possible, brother. Okay. Some people will always maintain that negativity lane, but our job is to see if we can change their mind. But if we cannot change their mind, I need Teju Song. Could you say this again? Where are the proof about some of this claim? Electricity is being polite by not interrupting and requesting for more evidence. Could you highlight? You said this show is for you in the comment section. Could you? No. Maybe you don't know me then. If you say I'm being polite by not interrupting and requesting for more evidence, then you don't know me. And nobody makes a claim that I will not. In fact, the one of the policy on this channel is whatever claim you make, you have to back it with evidence. So if you can highlight a claim that the speaker made that requires evidence, or you think I did not, please, I will greatly appreciate if you can if you can highlight one of the claims that he made. Allow him speak, please. Okay, yeah, of course, he's going to be a regular. Mr. Wale will be a regular person on my comments, on this comment section segment only. Because he'll be weighing on your comments. So, Mr. Wale, one next we have the program. You are going to be in your three-piece suit. Make sure you have your three. Please.
My brother, you know how hot it is here.
It is hot at the moment. I'm feeling it too.
My brother, I call it judgment upon Oyinbo. But the kind of hotness that is here, it's not the kind of hotness that we have there. All windows are closed and I'm using inner light like it's night here. It's afternoon. It's the same Nigerian time that we run here,
Yeah.
3:20 p.m.
I'm
My brother,
feeling the
it's
heat
so hot.
too.
I'm sweet. Look at my towel here. I'm sweating. And I have my Molue fan here that is just not catching up.
Yeah, I'm hot too, so I don't know why.
Let me quickly answer one or two questions. I just want to assume that I know what the guy was talking about.
Okay.
But I saw a comment first and foremost, which made me laugh. If milk and honey they Nigeria, then leave the milk and honey you are licking in Germany. I love my people. Okay, first and foremost, I wish I was licking milk and honey here. And my story one day, by His grace, I will say it also in another segment. But I thank the Almighty. I am coming home. I have already telling my children that I have fulfilled my my mission as, not like as saying I fulfilled my mission as father, but educating them to the extent that when they graduate, then I am in Nigeria in the next 1-2 years. My dream should be the dream of every Nigerian leader, my brother. Me, I know what is in Igbo land. Me, I know what is in Yoruba land, and we know that about ourselves. All we just need is to just have somebody that has the production concept. What are we producing and what are we selling? That is all. And then you will now recruit these children. Don't put big subjects on them. If you can teach them mathematics in Igbo language, you'll be amazed that they'll be better than the professors that are speaking English today. That's where we have to go back to start having books for the coming generation. People are writing down. That was how China broke out of slavery completely. But we are proud niggers. We are still holding on to that name, Nigeria, Nigeria. We're still holding to that name. They laugh at us here. I'm not joking, my brother. They laugh at us because they don't understand. You people are so intelligent. At the same time, you are not understanding what is going on with you. I believe that in that nation, we can become so technologically developed that Europe will be jealous of us and we can defend ourselves. We have uranium. We have all the things that we need to. We're in the center of the world. Nigeria is not in West Africa, my people. Nigeria is not in West Africa. Nigeria is the most central nation in the whole of Africa, and is 10 times bigger than what you see on the map. And if you do not believe me, there are other videos on YouTube that are touching on this topic. People have been talking on this thing for over 15 years on YouTube. They have deleted channels on YouTube because of this thing. So Nigeria needs to wake up to understand what is in that country. They could not take the country away from us. And you know what I believe, according to our tradition? If I die today, I will come back again as a Niger man. We have been coming and going, and we will come back until we repair it. That nation, hundreds of millions of people have been slaughtered in that nation alone. But it was when our people started transgressing the laws of the Most High, his anger fell upon us. What they call the flood of Noah in the Bible was the flood that came upon Africa. And this is documented for unto eternity. You know, the Bible talks about the stones that will cry in the stones that are crying out. There are the stones in Egypt. There are the stones all over the world that our fathers, our ancestors built all over the world, till this area I'm living in. The next segment, I'll be sending you pictures. You will see castles that were built by black men when they still inhabited the whole of Europe. We are the people that have been dethroned. And if you look at our names carry our history. And if we are not careful, we are erasing our names with names like good luck, comfort, blessing. We need to have names that have meaning, like our ancestors had. I'll leave it to that, bro.
All right, thank you. Tuna just said, what is he talking about? There are temples in Jerusalem with walls that date back 2,000 years ago. Could you? I don't know if we said anything in that island, but Tuna just
concerning Jerusalem, I'm happy that it is in the scriptures that you know that no stone was left. No stone. People should go and reread the history, what happened 70 AD. No stone was left on the temple. So what they are now showing you as walls of Jerusalem, Israel You can see it on the Asian maps before they did in the 17th century and created new maps, which has carried deception onto today. I am also happy that you have people, historians on YouTube, that discuss these topics, that the maps that we have today, especially the African map, has been changed many times. You can see it on internet, on Google. Now, let me now address the issue of the temple in Jerusalem. According to Josephus, and if people know the book, The Antiquities of the Jews, written by Flavius Josephus, you know about what happened also at the temple. At the temple, it was completely destroyed by the Romans. I believe with all my heart that the temple, according to scriptures and according to history books, was located where? In the center of the world. That was the reason why they moved us on the map. That was part of what happened in 1884 in Germany, because we were supposed to be completely destroyed. My people, open the Psalms 83 and know that Israel, the people that were titled as Israel, were supposed to not know themselves anymore. We were supposed to be completely destroyed. And the nations involved in our destruction were mentioned, starting with Edom. Who are the people who represent Edom today? They're the people that represent Europe. It goes on to talk about the Ishmaelites. Who are the people who are the Ishmaelites? They're talking about the Arabians. My people then go back to the history 250 years ago to the time of slavery. I'll stop there if that's enough.
Okay. According to Tisha said, most of the developed countries in the world are not as religious as Nigerians, yet they are doing better in every metric. Is it religion that is responsible for our problem? I'm not sure.
Can I address that, my brother?
Okay, go. Like you said, it's just a comments. People, go ahead and address it.
I wish my people. That is a thing that Nigerians are so current in a lot of things, but unfortunately, we are not informed about a lot of histories that happened on the African continent. The Greeks studied in Egypt. The Romans studied in Egyptian university. The whole Africa was a developed continent. It was a developed continent. There were streets made of stone. Africa was a beauty, was a paradise until destruction came. And they were the first mathematicians, the ancient Egyptians, who are the ancestors of the people that we call Hausa people, who fled the invasion of the Romans into the Sudan to northwest African part of Africa. And these are the people, even the Fulanis. The Fulanis are ancient Egyptians. They speak another ancient Egyptian dialect. That's the reason why the Hausas accommodated them into Nigeria in the 13th century, according to Lady Lugard, because I need to now start quoting sources now for people to not think that I'm just thinking this thing up. They are in books. I have over 30,000 books. My eyes were good before I left Nigeria. My eyes are almost turning blind from reading.
So what are you suggesting, Mr. Wale? Are you saying that Europe, since your eyes were good, that means Nigeria is good then? So Nigeria is not bad.
And it's true now, my brother. Our people will love Oyinbo things too much.
Let me highlight a comment. Hold on one second.
Let me quickly show you something for people to know what it's like to live in Oyinbo land. Just one sentence. The day I found out, I was sent there as an engineer to go and install machine there. All my colleagues did not want to go. Now me, the Daki, the Momo, they sent there to go and work there. I resigned my job at that place on that day. My brother, I'll send you the pictures. Okay. That was the day I saw where they filter their shit for water that they drink. We are so blessed. We don't know how terrible these people are living. Everything they are getting is from Africa Direct. Till their fruits, mango, and everything, they get it from Africa Direct.
You see, this issue of fruit you mentioned, so like I said, Nigeria is actually blessed. When I go to the shop and buy fruit, I mean, they import most of their fruit, and this would have been a very good export sector for us in Nigeria, where we can export our product and help our forex and help businesses, because we have good soil and good weather, the rainy season and the dry season and the season in the north also. But unfortunately, we are allowing this, or the government are allowing this, because of not putting the right thing in place for people to do. They are allowing this thing to go to waste. And so this is like a comedy to me, or somebody's trying to give up.
My brother, forefathers, I've been
Forefathers, welcome.
hoping and praying I will meet this brother. And it's good to see him online. It's good to see him.
Well, let me just take this comment. My dear, the world does not function like that now. Some of us were born in the Android generation, so we don't listen. Is that part of Android generation that caught my attention? So, forefather, welcome. I know you are here for history, Egyptian law. I will leave the space for you, because. Well, let me just take some comments. I'll skip some. Because this is dedicated to those comment section. So I think so far we've taken most comments. I'm just skipping through to see the ones that needs highlighting. Let me see this. For politicians do not understand the language. Talk about strategies on the way forward. How to deal with these evil politicians squarely. Yeah, our forefathers will weigh on that. Just give me 1 second. Yes, I think. Forefather, can you weigh on this? No, not this one. I want to highlight another comment, but be careful how you weigh on it, okay? Because so that they don't come after you, they don't attack you. So I think we need to start suppressing any comment that discourage voters. This is an intellectual and democracy. I think that person meant to say democracy. Do you agree that we should suppress comments that discourage voters in the context of freedom of expression, human rights, and all those things?
Not at all. You can't suppress people's. Greetings, electricity, for having me, and greetings to the other panelists. I don't know his name. You can't suppress people's freedom of speech. I think no matter what they are saying, everybody has got a brain and 2 eyes. You can't tell people not to be able to speak their mind. So I am completely against the idea that you can suppress. We should suppress people that try to discourage democratic institutions or democracy in any way, just because they prefer traditional rulers or religious stuff or any other form. People have a right. Human beings are. Everybody has a voice, because while you are going around having experiences in this world, they have things that they have to say, and if your idea is strong enough, they should be able to compete and survive. Democracy cannot just stand because you just say other people should not any opinion at all. What if there is a new idea that is out there that is better than democracy? Is democracy afraid? Democracy should not fear competition at all.
All right. Thank you very much. So the truth is, we cannot suppress, we cannot discourage. People are going to speak. We can only do pushbacks, and which we've been doing since. We do pushbacks on people discouraging or putting out negative vibes. At the same time, if I also look at it, if the vibe is too negative, I weigh it into balance to see if I'm going to like it. Someone said that, I don't know if they're addressing you, forefather. You claim you're a Christian and a pastor. My question is, who are you now? Ian, is this question for forefathers or Wale, or for me, Mr. Wale, please? We don't know. Okay, I think there are a lot of comments here, but so forefather, welcome back. I know you came here purposely to speak with Mr. Wale on the issue of Egyptian and all those things. So I'll leave the floor for the both of you. I'm in the background listening. First, I would like to thank those in the comment section. Unfortunately, I can't highlight everyone's comments, but there's another show coming up on Thursday, and I would like to thank those of you again in the comment section that kept this going. Mr. Wale, I'm going to contact you. I'm in the background listening. I may not be seen there. I'm not going to black out my video, but I just want to do so. Father, the floor is all yours. So you and Mr. Wale to keep this thing, this argument of Egyptian and Mr. Wale is a good historian, and I will have him back here hopefully next week Thursday. We've agreed to have because history matters a lot. We can never dismiss history, but we have to build positivity on history. We cannot dwell on negativity of history and not change the narrative. So I yield the floor to you, Father. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, I would just like this to be kind of, I want to learn just as much as I want to share information. Regarding first, you said something about the E1B1B group. From what I gather, the Hausa people are not necessarily part of the E1B1B. They came from the R1B group.
That's true. I agree with that.
And yeah, and it turns out that the Fulanis that we like to say that are not Niger Congo, or, they are not part of us. They are more Niger Congo group than the Fulanis. And it's something that Nigerians need to hear more about, because when I first discovered that it was puzzling, because in Nigeria we like to describe them as foreign and all the rest, but and even looking at them physically, you would think they are the foreign ones, don't you? And that the Hausas are more like the Niger Congo, like Igbo man, than the Fulanis. But it turns out that the Fulanis, their language is more Niger Congo, their genetic lineage is more Niger Congo, while the Hausas, shockingly, they have the R1B on their paternal side. To be fair, on their maternal side, they are still the same group as us. So that is why when you said A1B1B, we have the Hausas are from the E1B1B group. I felt E1B1A actually. E1B1A.
I know that to this Hamite group grouping, those who are seen in the Semite group are the ones that belong to this E1B1A. Sorry, I
mean
must have.
E1B1B, the Semite groups, you mean? Because E1B1A is the Niger Congo group generally.
But that's the one that we have also, I think, in Nigeria or in Europe, in the southern Nigeria, right?
Yeah, that's the one we have in Nigeria, and they tend to give it a different designation. They give it all kinds of things, but it's actually E1B1A, the Niger Congo group from Senegal all the way to South Africa. They generally have that this group amongst them, and they are the dominant group on the continent, numbering just over 1 billion, if I'm not mistaken. And so yeah, but when you said that and you reference the Hausas, and that's why I thought, okay, maybe I should come and highlight the fact that the Hausas are actually different. They are actually R1B group on their paternal side. On the maternal side, they belong to the same family group as we are. I think I've forgotten the specifics. We came from the I think it's called the A1 and A2 this thing group. I've forgotten the precise L1 and L2 actually. L1 and L2 group. That's where the our own maternal group comes from. But that said, that's just an aside. The issue of Jerusalem, because I've had many African Americans talk about how Africans are the actual Jews, or sometimes they change it between Jews or Israelites. So the Israelite one, maybe there is some truth there. I don't know. Because I don't know the historical aspect in terms of the actual migration routes. But from what I know even in the Bible, it says something about people coming from the land of Canaan area into Egypt. Not necessarily the other way around, but I would like to hear your take on it. And referring to us as some kind of Jews and Israel was somehow in Africa, given that there is currently people living in Israel, the Crusades happened. People actually went to Israel. The Romans invaded that place. They knew the people there. So, and they knew when they invaded Egypt, they knew the differences between them. They saw the Jews in Israel. They worked with them. They prosecuted. They destroyed the city of Jerusalem. So why do you say that these people are in Africa when there is historical evidence showing that people actually interacted with them, and there is evidence on the ground today showing that they were there? Romans were there 2,000 years ago, destroying those places.
Okay, if you look at the Christian world, exactly, they they see this Israel as a true Israel. But now I need to bring out something scholarly for someone like you to present my case. If we look at the Asian African maps, which I think you will have access to, and look at the region that was renamed Negroland, or different names, Negrita or whatever.
Yeah.
Even there was a time they called it Guinea, there was a time they called it Ethiopian, and now we have on the central part of this Negroland a carve out that is now called Nigeria. Now, if you look at the Asian maps, it shows the same region that we have where we have Dahomey, Togo, Lagos as the kingdom of Judah. I'm going by the way I discovered this thing for myself. Then I now thought to myself, kingdom of Judah. Then I remembered something, 1973, when Naira and Kobo came into play. Unfortunately, I have the coin in the other room. If you look at the 1973 coin of Nigeria, it had a hole in it, and it had the Star of David on it. I was thinking, this Jewish thing again. I now found out that even in the 30s, 1930s, the whole of West Africa, the same area that you mentioned to Kenya, had these coins put on them. Before I even talk about the meaning of this coin, I found more maps, because those maps were serving also as books, as literature back in the days, and you can see find them on internet. That the region that we call Nigeria today, what we have as River Niger was called Euphrates or Euphrates if you pronounce it in German, or in Latin, you say oi, but Euphrates, which is called Euphrates. And then I was now beginning to think, what is going on here? I found also other maps that was explaining the whole region as Abrahamic cities, Levite cities. Then I now noticed that something is not playing right here. We have Euphrates that is around Iraq and Iran. Then I now started researching more, and then I found this Asian map that talked about the four rivers. They look like this on the map, just as you read in Genesis chapter 2, having four heads on an African map, and it was drawn by a German cartographer called Sebastian Münster. Then I knew I was onto something, and I started going back to books of the antiquities of the Jews, studying different things. The Christian church recognizes this Israel as the real Israel, but according to scriptures, Israel is scattered all over the world. Israel has been taken onto slavery. The temple has been destroyed, and nobody is supposed to enter the land according to the biblical narrative. Then I now start thinking, okay, I need more proofs, because I cannot bring it before my people. They will think I'm crazy. In ancient Egypt, as I see the archaeological artifacts that you see there, and I'm recognizing there are Negroes in this country. And according to the Bible, they were taken as slaves here. There was nothing about Caucasians in ancient Egypt. They were all black. Then I now went back to the Asian maps. And then through Professor Ben Yohanan, I'm very sure you know him, Professor Ben, and Professor Clark, I started finding more, and then Professor Diop. Then I now found people, African historians, who actually have African history. But one beautiful thing I found in the book of this woman, Lady Flora Shaw Lugard, the wife of Lord Lugard. She wrote this book, Tropical Dependency, and she described the people of Nigeria, who they are, and it agrees with the historical account. She described the Yoruba people saying of themselves that they are of their definitions, and they are the same people recognized as Israel. These people knew that till that time, until that time. The reason for the terrible genocide on Nigerian soil and all over Africa was because of cutting off the knowledge of self that will be carried on to other generations. New generations, ignorant, have to be born. And that was the reason for the massive genocide. Until of recent, in the German museums, they still had it that they killed hundreds of millions of Africans. I made my children see it. I made them repeat it over and over again that they should never forget. If you go there today, they are taking them out. I took pictures of this. Where I'm going to another way is what we think is the history of other nations is actually our own history, my brother. She described who the Hausa people were. She said the Hausa people are of the Hausu, the worshippers of Venus. Then I now start thinking of all the books I read. No one, I'm thinking of the Hausa people. No wonder they still have these abilities. The same thing with us also in the South. We still all have these abilities our forefathers have, but we're in, like you know, in trauma of self, of who we are, because we have been renamed. Everything about us have been changed. We are speaking a foreign language. Our land has been renamed. Our rivers have been renamed. We are no longer who we once were. And for as long as we are like that, my brother, you can answer the question, my brother. You can fill in the gaps. You know that then we are like destroyed because we were utterly destroyed. And I think it was prophesied that we'll be utterly destroyed. I think there was something our forefathers did that transgressed the laws of the Most High, that brought destruction upon us and made, according to we read in the scriptures, the ruler with iron hand. If you look through all the history, those who did us more damage were the Romans. And unfortunately, they cleaned out their tracks. And I think that the only thing that will not make me a madman before my people is when the sides of River Niger and River Benue are excavated. And I can put my head on the line that the cities and civilizations that true archaeologists and historians have been looking for, they are hidden underground in Nigeria. They're hidden underground in Nigeria. If they can find pyramid in Umsuka, in Igbo land, can you imagine what is still hidden underground? There is another professor, Leo Fobrenius, that you know about. He was 100% sure that Atlantis is at Ile-Ife. And if you have been to Ife before, you know that there's something strange about that place. And he brought out every fact, ethnological fact that he can use to prove. It was even in American New York Times. But who held him back from excavating? The British High Commissioner. I keep saying those who destroyed us, they know who we are, and they will do everything to keep us ignorant of who we are. My brother, the floor is yours.
Okay. First thing, I would like to, from the maps that I've seen of the ancient Africa and the near Middle East, generally Egypt and Jerusalem, they seem to be linked in terms of where they currently are. And there is no record of any people I know in this world that forget where they are from while they are still standing on the land they buried their forefathers. And there are some realities that cannot be changed. And if you have any record of any people that forgot whom they were, you know, you can let me know, because I've never seen that before. And
are you talking about the people who inhabit Israel today to be the true people of the land?
No, they are not saying they are the true people that were there 2,000 years ago. They are saying that they are the ones that held on to the faith in Europe, in Ethiopia, and other parts of the world that they brought back in there. So they know full well that they have been mixed to other groups, but they preserve the culture. The books themselves are part of the evidence of what they represent. So yeah, don't worry, I'm just coming. Let me just go at this. So I have to hit some specifics of what lends credibility to certain narratives. One, I don't know of any people of reasonable proportion in population that ever forgets where they are from. They never do. They know precisely where they are located. And secondly, the historical facts in terms of archaeological evidence and everything doesn't point to the sub-Saharan region, especially the Nigerian region, as being the location of the story of the Bible, because history has a continuum. The Arab people, the Jews, the stories continue. We know of the kings and the people that fought there, and the preservations that happened along the way. So there might be a little bit of skewing here on there of history, but generally the lay of the land is there. Even the people that are on those lands will tell you what has happened there before. And there is no clear evidence that says Israel was in Africa. There is nothing that says that Egypt had encounters. They form alliances. There are records even in the Bible of Sudan, the kings of Cush, forming alliances with people of Israel towards the Egyptians. There are records in the Bible saying that, and physical evidence of excavations that they brought out in Israel today. If there are evidence of these things in Africa, you will see them. I don't see if it is true. It's all good. I don't have any dog in the fight, but there is no real evidence that people forget who they are from, where they are from. There's no scientific evidence that points that us in this direction. There is no even historical records that points us in this that points to Africa being the location of this in Israel. And when people just say stuff just because they say, okay, some people are covering stuff, you have to tie it to some of what is in. Then even genetic tests doesn't even indicate that. When you go into the genetics of it all and you see some of the people that have been excavated in the land of Israel there, you know, it's not, it makes us look bad when we claim that we are from somewhere that we are not. It really, do you know how bad that can be if you make a mistake? I'm not saying you it's certain that I'm correct and you are wrong. I'm saying, but what if you are wrong? And the people that are from there are watching you are thinking, these people are thinking that they are us. Literally, how crazy can they be? You see what I mean? So
I
they are
get you,
sitting
bro.
there right now. They are sitting there right
Can
now
I
digging.
can I
Yeah,
insert that
go ahead.
this is known in the historical society, even in Israel, that they are not genetically connected to the people that were called ancient Hebrews. You talked about archaeology. I want you to go and revisit the, and you find also a lot of archaeology on ancient Israel. These were all Negroes, bro. These were
Um,
all Negroes. And if you look at
Oh,
also the
let me jump
environment,
in.
if you look at the environment where they were not in. In fact, I use Nigeria as an example. When I went on internet and I checked out what are the mineral resources, because I do not know what the scriptures mean when it says Israel is flowing with milk and honey, and Nigeria has the resources in on Nigerian soil alone is on 99.9%. Israel has nothing. The fact that I was able to recognize in these history books, and they are there, that ancient African maps, you could see clearly that River Niger was called Euphrates.
Let me back you up for a second. Let me
okay,
back you up.
I will share some of the maps that I've got here. I think I've got about 3 maps. So I can fire, please go ahead.
Thank you, to Niger. Um, I want to back up my brother right here, but not in its in its totality. You feel me? See, um, i- um, Israel is people. Israel is not a land. Israel is people. So this theory about Israel being a land, I don't think it's correct. You feel me? Israel is people. So but what I'm trying to say is about the part that we forgot. You feel me? Is what Israel knew, and what Israel knew on on what on how I see things. What Israel knew is written in Egypt. If you mean anything that Israel knew is written in Egypt. So if we want to know where Israel falter, we need to find the teachings of Egypt and understand ourselves again. Because the thing is what my brother is saying, we have denied the true Almighty. We have denied or forgotten the truth about creation and ourselves. We were invaded. Listen, you have to understand. Look at the Bible. Rome, Israel, Africa, or Egypt, right there, has never settled. The Hyksos, the Hittites, they invaded. The Greeks invaded and chased out the Hittites and remained there. That's before that's after they got teachings and development from Egypt. You feel me? And got knowledge from Egypt for hundreds of years. And then the Romans came and invaded Egypt and chased out the Greeks. You feel me? So the Roman invasion is more prominent and knowledgeable in all the world. You feel me? But a lot of people is acting like that's not an invasion of Africa. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say to you is people have been fleeing these areas for a long time now. You feel me? And all these invasions, I'm sure it comes with aggression. You feel me? And these land, it's a land, so that means the Romans is going to want to come far. You feel me? So it's malaria that saved us for the most part. Africans have been saved by malaria for years. You feel me? That's a fact.
Yeah, you see
So
what you just said just now. That is another aspect to acquire the malaria kind of sickle cell in
now,
a population. You need generations to fully develop it the way Africans have developed it. It shows you that wherever we've been here for a long time. We were never expelled by any group, and
hold on. When you expelled it from anywhere in Africa, it's just from one part to the other.
yes,
You can't
yes,
come off of Africa. It's hard to get off of. I don't think some Africa think that, if you never told Africa there's an ocean, a lot of Africans wouldn't know there's something called an ocean.
well, now, why would you say that? We are surrounded. I know of the South where I grew up. See, they have waters there.
Hold on. Chad, Chad, Central African Republic, Zambia, all of those people in there will never, if it's not for plane, cars, trucks, will never see the ocean
See, we have to
all
be
their
careful
life.
here. Hold on, I
All
can
their
fire.
life.
Hold on, I can fire. The Israelites confronted the Assyrians as the Syrians as we know them today. Those
I'm not
people, the people
talking.
they
Hold on.
interact, the people, sorry, hold on, the people they interacted with are still there. This is one of the ways you know who belongs in the neighborhood. The people that they interacted with are still there. They are not running. They are still right there. They talked about how they interacted with Egypt. We know the countries that surrounded Egypt. We have Kush, we have Libya, and we have the Israelites in the north. So if anybody is migrating to Egypt that
Okay.
is not Kush and Libyans, it's probably
All
going
right.
to come from that Assyrian part, and
Hold
that is
on
what the
to
Bible
Niger.
indicates.
Hold on to Niger. Y'all too biblical. What about real history? Who
But
is
it's
in
not
it?
real. That's the
Wait
problem.
to Niger. You can't do that. Hold on, man.
Okay.
what about Imhotep? Have you ever seen his statue? It's a
Yes,
little short.
we've seen his statue.
Hold on. It's a little short black man. That's Egypt. Is that
See, I'm not
well,
saying that Egyptians were not black.
no, man, I'm just what I'm trying to say to you is the Bible is indicating that it's a lot of Middle East functionality going on, right? So it's contradicting. Wait, man, it's contradicting history. What I'm talking about, real history. The Bible is not totally history, but real history exists. And if you check real history, Egyptians was always associating themselves with Africans,
Yes.
such as So hold on. Most of Egyptian most of what Egypt has to do with outside of or across the Red Sea is invasion, and they had to eventually they had to invade those areas and control a region of these areas. You feel me? But all I'm trying to get to you is you have the god Bess. He was a Twa. You feel me? A pygmy. So, and he was recognized in Egypt as a god called Bess. So, what I'm trying to say to you is somebody is trying to annihilate the existence of Africa in history, in proper history. Now, the Bible is not proper history. It is formulated in the Council of Nicaea, in Constantine, in the Byzantine Empire, to to um to um to gain favor for power. So they have to manipulate stuff in
Okay.
there for
Okay.
their own reason.
I can fire. That is assuming that the whole population went to sleep while they wrote it, and then brought it out. Then they woke them up. You say, "Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up." Now this is a new history. Did Jamaicans forget that they are from Africa, even while Europeans took them away from Africa? They didn't forget, and you expect Africans to forget where they are from while they are still standing there.
Our
How,
Jamaicans forget
how-
what you said. Repeat
I
that
said,
about
I said,
Jamaica.
if Jamaicans didn't forget that they are from Africa after 300 to 400 years, how do you think Africans that are still and they took Jamaicans out of Africa, like completely out to a totally different land? They didn't forget where they are from, but somehow Africans that are still standing on the land where they buried their forefathers, generations after generations, they fought conflicts, they've done everything. All of them chose to forget everything where they are from.
You have Africans that say we are not related to Africa.
Um,
That is
um,
incredible. Even
my
our
brother Ken,
blood indicates that we are from there
my
You
because
brother
of
have
the
Clinton,
Africans.
malaria, this in the resistance we tend to have.
What about the Africans that say we in over here is not associated with Africa? What about those? Is that forgetfulness,
Let, let,
or
let
is
me
that
let, let, let me start sharing
on
some
purpose?
of the data that we have on some of all these things. Like when you talked about the Egyptians, I don't have any issue with Egyptians being African, because clearly, even if you look at this tablet, this is for me one of the most compelling evidence to the fact that the people that founded Egypt were originally black people. Because if you look at this is the Nama palette, the first pharaoh of Egypt. You look at these Egyptians here. If you look at their hair,
all
straight
dreadlocks.
hair, more narrow noses. But if you look at the Nama palette itself, doesn't have that feature. He seems to have a rounded nose and a rounded this thing. Look at the person next to him. Then look at the next image, which is even more pronounced. These are the people they conquered. These are the conquered people. I think that's why they have this reed sign there. And I will show you more. The bottom side is even more clear. So these are the people that came with Nama. That's the Nama people. They are just basically upholding this thing, the crest of Egypt. So, but look at the hair texture they have there, and look at this.
Okay.
They are holding them now. Look at the people they conquered to unite Egypt. Look at the difference. Look at the hair difference, and look at the nose. Very different. So it tells you clearly here, the type of people that conquered Egypt are quite different from that founded Egypt are quite different from the northern Egyptians, which is referred to as the lower Egyptians. Their physical features are different, and those physical features you can even associate it to maybe near Middle Eastern people to an extent, the Levant people to an extent. These
Yeah,
are
that's
northern
the Hittites.
Egyptians.
That's the Hittites right there.
They just look like Hittite, but they are actually regarded as Egyptian, but they are just northern ones. They are probably dark in skin, but their features are beginning to look like Arabic features because the further you go, you have bordering communities. But the hair is very clear. That hair is very obvious. The shape of the nose, look at that nose and look at this ones, how different it is. The
But
hair,
I'm not really based my argument on that. I'm basing my argument on what the brother is saying, that we lost our way. So we have forgotten the ma'at. We
you
have
can't
forgotten the balance of we have
now.
hold on, goddamn to Nigel. Let me
You can't just
just
say we forgot something without any evidence.
what you mean?
What is
What
the
you mean
evidence that we
without
forgot
evidence?
anything? You didn't forget you are from Africa.
You are a colonized people. Right now you're praising a white man. And
No,
not
I'm not praising a white man, but I still remember that I'm
no, but
African.
speak for your own self. Can you speak for Africans?
No, did you
So
I
why
asked you a simple question. Did you
but
forget
it's
you were
not
African?
individual. This is not individual. I'm not talking about nobody individual. So stop doing that. It's not individual.
No,
I'm
but
talking
how
about
if an
Africans in
individual
general.
cannot forget that they are African, how can a whole people forget? Is that not incredible claim to make?
My brothers,
It's
can I interject?
colonization caused that, bro. What's wrong?
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
can I interject?
Yeah,
Um,
please go ahead.
have you come across this historical account that the whole African continent was inhabited by only black people? The
Yes,
Greeks had that in their history, the Romans had the same, the Arabians had the same. And it's not that long where you see, what happened that you had these people now that we're calling Hausas now in Northwest Africa was because they fled the invasion. Egypt
Yes,
was being, there was genocide everywhere. And it is historically recorded that these people fled into the northwestern part of Africa.
Niger not
They
realizing that
and
look
if
at
you
that.
look at, you see, one beautiful thing is that we still look like our ancestors. If you look at the Benin figures, they look like the Benin people. They have the Benin eyes till today. If you look at the artifacts of ancient Egypt, go to Hausa land and prove me wrong. There is even a brother on internet today that is reconstructing their faces. They look like our people. We were the people that were invaded. We were the people that were given new names. We were the people who, that, and they still say that the reason for the genocide in Africa was to cut off the knowledge, passing of the knowledge onto other generations, passing of
Yes.
the knowledge onto other generations. And that was the reason. Every part of the divided Africa, there were millions of people that were killed. In Namibia, for example, they reduced millions of people to 18,000 people. It was the
Normal
British
people.
that saved them.
how can we just believe stuff that is not based on any evidence? That
My
is
All
brother,
some
right.
bogus
Hold on.
stuff.
What's your point, Nick? Hold on. What's your point to Niger? What's your
One,
argument?
I've said it before.
Fire, just a
No
minute, please.
people has ever
I'm
forgotten
talking
where they
about
are from.
the Herero genocide, the Herero Nama genocide, where the Germans almost killed off the Namibians. Is on internet. You can see it with
Yeah.
pictures.
Yeah,
With
that is
pictures.
based on evidence. This one, I didn't say that Africa is not black. Africa has always been black. Clearly, the climate suggests that. But the fact that you are claiming that we have another people, when clearly, see, I'm not saying that there's no migration. Let's not make any mistake about that. You have to look at what is happening today versus what happened before. If there
To
was a
Niger.
migration, let me finish my point. I can fire, please, because this is a very, very important conversation, and it's not a joke to me because I really believe that our people need quality
Yeah,
information.
but you
Many
are
of us
new
just
to
believe.
the conversation. Admit that.
Hold on.
Admit that though.
Whatever you want to say, all I care about is evidence-based this thing assertions. So if you want to look at what is happening in the world today, if somebody, let's say from the Middle East, they are from 2,000 people from the Middle East moving to Nigeria, Let's say they are fleeing a conflict in the Middle East, they flee into Nigeria. In short, let's say 5,000 flee into Nigeria, and they live with Nigerians. Within 10 generations, they will become Nigerians. You will not see that Middle Eastern trace there anymore. If there is no genetic selection for any specific feature that they have, they will be gone, disappeared into the this in the genetic
So did they forget?
bloodline of Africa. Pardon?
Did they forget?
No, they will forget because one, they will lose the language that they used to speak in the Middle East because they have to start speaking a local
So it's
language.
not impossible then. So it's not impossible then.
No, of course, what is happening is that they are becoming another people. It means that the people that are there, that we are today, are the people that have always been there. So that is what I am asserting. It doesn't mean that people didn't move from Egypt to Africa. They probably moved from Middle East to Africa, just like Jews moved from, even Romans took them from Jerusalem and took them into Europe. And the ones that came back now are white. So that is how it will happen. If Egyptians move from Egypt into, like, say, Nigeria, they will become Nigerians over 10 generations. You can do the calculation yourself. If you marry a white person today, you get married, you have a child with a white person, half and half. If that your child goes and marries a white person, the person will look less black. By the time you do that 10 generations, you will not even see a trace of black. That is just 200 years. 200 years of change. We are talking about thousands of years we are talking about here, and we are actually saying we are still Jews or we are still Israelites, like the people that the locals are not human beings.
Forefathers.
Yeah,
I'm happy that you presented this map. I'm really happy. It's one of my favorite Asian African maps. If you move it to the area now, please, I just wanted to move it to the area where Nigerians can recognize where their country can be.
Yeah, this geographically should be around this area.
Yes, can you centralize it a bit to let people see my argument when I say that Nigeria is the most central nation in Africa? That is one. Secondly, there is a reason for why you have that beast of whatever they call it, monoculi. In fact,
a one-eyed beast.
That is one. That is
Cyclops.
one. Now the next one is, can you see regnum? Regnum is the word for Latin. Now, and the people from the mid, my brother now, electricity can waiting you they read. They are not be organ. He's telling you that the kingdom of that is exactly what I'm talking about.
Where's regnum, please? I don't know where you see regnum.
Regnum is above the head of the monoculi. I'm studying this map like the hand of my hand.
Good.
Not only that, in fact, this man, Sebastian Münster, who drew this map, I have all his maps. That is one. Secondly, now let us now go to the rivers here. Everybody can recognize River Niger. Can't you see River Niger, where River Niger is supposed to be?
This one is River Niger.
Is not drawn because the conspiracy was already on the line. One thing our people need to
not
understand.
Drawn because no, hold on. Did you just say something is not drawn because they are trying to hide something?
My brother, is not drawn because I have another map where all of the foreheads are drawn. It's covered here.
That's interesting that they have another. You notice that this place they call it Gambre, and they call another one Senegal and Libya. So they actually position things not necessarily very accurately. The one that seems to be positioning very, very accurately is Egypt consistently. That they position Egypt and Jerusalem. You see Jerusalem there?
My brother, now how can you not say
we
Israel?
have to be careful.
How can you say Israel is not on the African continent when they share the same?
So you want to believe the map? No, sorry. You want to believe the map when it points to other areas, but when it tells you that Jerusalem is here, Egypt is here, which makes sense from all the stories we know. All the stories we know, it makes sense. But even Egyptian stories tell you the same tale. They are carved onto the walls of Egypt today. So I don't know where this evidence that we keep talking about is coming from. I didn't say that people didn't escape Egypt when Europeans kept coming in. The Sahara Desert kept disappearing because now it's pushing black people further south. So you will see that black people will keep escaping. Many of them went to Ethiopia. Many of them went to Kush. Some of them even traveled all the way to Nigerian area. It is very, very possible. But the population that is moving in are relatively small compared to the native population. They will disappear into the native population. That's what will always happen.
If you move the map, what is supposed to be the Red Sea? Because this is before the construction of the Suez Canal. You need to go and study that one, how the Suez Canal and why the Suez Canal was constructed. Then move this map now.
I'll bring another map. You want me to show you another map again? This is another one of ancient. This in the this in Africa, the same pattern you will see. They always position Egypt relatively accurately from even the description of the Bible, what they often said about the Bible. And the reason why it's easy, because people have invaded these places all the time. Greece invaded them. The Romans invaded it. The Persians invaded it. The history is Egypt is writing all this story of people invading it. It's on their walls.
My brother, Professor Finkelstein, is probably the most famous and successful archaeologist. Is an Israeli. He says it himself that he does not the record of the scriptures and what they say about the cities does not agree with archaeology, except for the lies that they have made, of course, for the religious people, of course. But Professor Finkelstein, research him on YouTube. They have excavated Israel for a lot of things that they were led to by the scriptures. They did not find it there. Why have they not found the gardens of Babylon? Because Euphrates, Euphrates has been changed to where it is. People do not even know how great River Niger is, but Asian map says River Niger is Euphrates. Prove me wrong.
No, it cannot be, because River Niger is all the way here. And Egyptians on their walls till today.
The map. I can go on Google and present the map.
Hold on now, before we start using conjectures generally, because there's no real concrete evidence on the ground. And the most concrete evidence you can actually say that is present on the ground is the Egyptians themselves. They are in the middle of all this. If you look at their evidence, it never stated that there is any major civilization in Africa that was going on, interacting with them, and the way they interacted with the Nubians and the Ethiopians are different.
I beg to differ, sir, because it has not been it's even there are many videos on it on YouTube research, sir. The sub-Saharan were always connected. In fact, my brother,
not to the extent you are saying that they are the Jews or the Israelites.
What?
Not to the extent that you are saying that they are the Jews or the Israelites. The people, the way they call the.
My brother, there are books that are written about the traditions of the people that inhabit Nigeria. In their traditions.
Yes, but they didn't call them.
For example,
they didn't call them Israelites.
It's the same in Igbo land. It's the same, and they did not take it over from the Jews. The Jews, they were the teachers of the people that call themselves Jews today. Everybody
but they didn't call them Israelites.
Everybody knows that. That is no news.
We know where Babylon is on the ground. The buildings they built are still there. The statues are still there. The people that they captured. I don't understand how we can do this to our people.
My brother, that is what I'm trying to say. I know you're an historian, but you are one of those historians who do not agree with a pseudo historian.
He's not a historian.
I'm not a proper historian. I'm more of a.
He's not a historian.
I'm more of a critical thinker that looks at information and verify whether it's credible or not. And if information is not credible based on
the map, let me just look for it on Google.
Listen, I know you want to mute me. I know you don't. Y'all don't respect what I have to say. But you too, Niger, is not a historian. I knew you 2-3 years ago. You don't know nothing about no history nor no real stuff. You need about 10 years more to understand yourself, bro. What are you talking about? But you're on the right track. You feel me?
You don't have evidence for what you are saying. I'm the one presenting evidence. You don't have one. Not evidence on the ground.
You know where the New Jerusalem is?
I'm searching, and we are one, and we are moving towards one goal.
Gentlemen,
we are moving towards one goal.
I came back, please. In your argument of history and everything, always highlight that we need electricity in Nigeria, please. I don't care where Nigeria is, whether it's in Jerusalem or in.
Are you seeing Jerusalem here again? The Salem is still here again. They will ignore it and just say it's from somewhere else.
Every house can produce electricity in Nigeria, that we don't even need any grid.
What I'm only pleading that in your discussion, can you highlight my campaign of electricity?
Okay, please? My brother. Okay,
I'm begging you.
We need electricity. Electricity is very, very, very important.
All right, so further, you will close the broadcast when you people are done. I've handed it over to you. So, but I'm still in the back.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, all right.
You see, Europeans committed a lot of genocide and a lot of terrible things. They didn't hide all that secret. If they wanted to hide secret, they are capable of making people forget. They will hide everything they did. They talked about all the genocides they did. They didn't hide it. And somehow they want to hide from us that we are Israelites. I can't. And
Yes,
then
my brother.
we also have to forget. We also have to forget on top of it. That is some high level stuff. They literally have to be like men in black, calendar their style, men in black stuff, and zap the whole Africans to forget. Because just one person remembers, it's over. This stuff we are talking, because when you remember the truth, you know what the truth does? It reveals the evidence. That is how memory, even only one person remembers the truth, it's going to destroy all your narrative, because that truth is going to just reveal all the evidence. But all this stuff you are saying, there is no one evidence on the ground for it.
Okay, I'll present
None.
it, sir. I'm going to,
Okay.
because I have a lot here.
No, I
So,
think we should let this Israel thing go on a
no, I
serious
just,
level. If
my
we're gonna
brother.
be don't be we don't have to be real serious about it, but we can understand ourselves. But I am telling you, the only thing, the ultimate thing, what this brother said that affected me is we lost our way, and that's the teachings, and that's the behavior that we're supposed to have between each other, that's supposed to prevent us from killing, which is ma'at, which is justice, reciprocity. You feel me? And this is what I'm trying to get to y'all. And until we have that, we gonna stay hungry and stay knowledgeless. You feel me? So in holding on to this Egypt Israel thing, I don't think it's appropriate, because he's still in this or what you call righteousness realm, and turn the other cheek realm. You feel me? We don't notice that we don't notice that we have enemies, and we need to declare our enemies. Nigeria has that problem. All black countries have that problem because of colonization, and we need to understand that anyone does anything to us, it means war. And these people, it is known that these people have depopulated Africa, and we still every day run into them trying to be friends and all that stuff. We need to proclaim war.
Exactly.
You feel me?
Exactly.
We need to corner off Africa and make sure nobody comes in without our authority. Ain't none of them supposed to be walking around in Africa.
My brother, can I present my map? I don't know how I can send it to you.
If you have a link, I can open the page so that they can see it here
Okay, yeah, wonderful. That's
in the
wonderful.
private chat.
The one I'm going to send you a big link, because there are many, many maps there where you can see that the kingdom of Judah was once in the region where they call Nigeria today.
No.
Judah.
That must be some fancy
Judah.
history. Igbo man, Benue man, they will be shocked to find out that they were once Israelis, and
My brother,
the
do you
Benin
know
people
another thing
with
I can
the
use to
Benin
prove
people
to
with
you?
their Ogiso that goes back 2,000 years will be
My
shocked to be
brother, that
told
is
this.
another later news. I can bring you another one again. Go and look at the artifacts of Africa from Babylon to Egypt to Israel. There's one interesting thing in this Bible allegoric symbolic book. People think that the Bible is the word of God. I have a different mind. In this book of allegory and symbolism, there's a beautiful thing. In the covenant that the Most High made with Israel, they were supposed to wear fringes on their clothes. You can only find that one on the black in the black history. They wore fringes on all their clothes. Even in the Benin Empire, they wore fringes on all their clothes. Circumcision was one of the other things that was the covenant that the Most High made with Israel. And go and see how Israel does their circumcision. Circumcision had been in Africa, even according to ethnologists like Professor Barth. I'm trying to remember his first name now. Professor Barth, Barth. Barth. The evidence is more than enough. Even
Okay, let me explain what you just said now, so that we don't.
When they took the slaves to America, go and read also the American slave history. They went with their history. They were taken as Israelites from Africa.
Let me add something now. Let me add something. See,
Yes, sir.
what you see in this thing, what you see in Israelite traditions that you call Israelite traditions, maybe something they learned from us. We forget we are first. We were here first. Sometimes I think this is where we have to always start.
You're right.
We were here.
Now you are sounding nearer home.
Maybe they learned it from us, not the other way around. So some of the things that you are seeing them do, is practices that we already had. But it doesn't mean we were their history. Our history is we were in Africa for over 100. We were in Africa for over 100,000 years before we even started living in Africa. So we meant the black people had a long history before they even started living in Africa. That is some crazy stuff. So all the practices you see happening in outside Africa is something that they learn from us. So it's not the other way around, but somehow we have gotten in the other way around. We want to be them when they are us.
It's true. I agree with you too, Niger.
I agree with you, my brother. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. What I believe for myself, and I can only have demographical evidence when excavation takes, I pray that it takes place in my lifetime. But one thing that people should remember, the last kingdom of Judah, I can put my head on the line, was the throne of Oba Nogbaisi of Orame. That was the last king that sat on that historical throne of
Benin.
Yeah, Benin. And that throne, that historical throne of David, of Dawood, is the one that England took with them, that Elizabeth sat on, and Charles recently. That throne of Israel was taken from the source of Nigeria. And if you look at when they banned him to
Zoom into Benin.
When they banned him to Old Calabar, it is in the Senegalese museum where you can see the boat, and with the flag and the Star of David. The Star of David has always been on our history. And if you read this book, I will write it in the comment section. Al-Kitab Al-Khazari. It exposes where these people who call themselves Jews today, where they come from. They come from East Europe. They have
zoom it
from Asian maps. Exactly. They are Khazars, as they are called. They are Khazars. And it's a Germanic tribe.
Ashkenazis.
Exactly, sir. That's the reason why they speak a Germanic language. The people who are still speaking the oldest language are on the source of Nigeria. They do not even.
It's in the Russian history. The Russians went on aggression against the Ashkenazis and chased them out of Khazar right there, right below Russia.
That's true, sir. They've been chased out of every country they moved in.
Yeah.
Benin, for everybody who is from Edo, they should know that Benin is taken from the word Benjamin, and there's an historical account to that too. It's taken from Benjamin. In fact, it came out of Yoruba. It was given to the people who call themselves Arameans. Aramaic, Yoruba is an Aramaic language. It is not Yoruba. Yoruba does not even have any meaning in the language itself, just as you have Igbo. Igbo is taken from the word Hebrew. In fact, they were writing it Heebo. That was how they were using to describe the slaves. The Americans knew that they were taking Hebrews or not Negroes. We became Negroes from Hebrews. It was part of our destruction, and we were not supposed to know who we are. And if we read history books about West Africa in the mainstream, what do you read about us? They will tell you we are a people without history. Research this channel, people. It's called Without History. They have a lot of good stuff. Another one is called Truth Unveiled. A lot of people are talking about us outside there, but we are not listening.
But why is this that we just say stuff, but we don't check what we are doing now? Because this is why I keep asking. Look at history as it's playing out now. Do you ever forget where you are from? Your grandfather, did they forget who their father was from? We forget there is continuum. There's a reason why we exist. Your parents doesn't forget you. What is the destruction that will happen in such a way that you will not be able to tell your children where they are from? Tell me one.
To Niger, hold on, Brethren. To Niger, you're not supposed to approach things this way. bro.
No,
Africans are
those are the most
hold
reliable
on.
means to use.
Yeah, I have a point, but hold on.
Okay.
Africans are praising a white man. Isn't that
No,
ridiculous?
we are not.
Did Afri- go to Ghana and see how much white Jesus is on there, and I'm sure it's in Nigeria too. I want to know who did that. Who made our people did that do that stuff? Why have our people have our people forgotten who their God is? That they're praising a whole goddamn white European.
See,
I
we
don't
get that.
understand
Like
when
We
you
are the
say,
only people that worship a God
bro,
that doesn't look like us.
bro, if you can forget your God, what cannot you forget? What you can't forget?
no, they didn't forget their God. They forsook their God. They knew what they did. They didn't
It's
lose their
not.
memory.
No, it was forced on us.
No, but they
Well,
didn't
yes.
forget. You see, this is the thing. When you say forget, we didn't forget. Our people consciously converted from what they used to do before. They know their history. They know the tradition they used to have when their kings died.
No,
They have their festivals.
Our people were
no.
forced
It was
and
forced
bribed.
on us. Go and read about the Crusaders. Go and read about the Crusaders. The Crusaders were the cross of the
Yeah,
aiders of the cross.
conquistadors.
The aiders of the cross. They were slaughtering Africans everywhere and forcing
The
their religion.
Spanish Inquisition. You never heard of
Oh
that?
my God, I can fire. Come on, man. You can't just be saying stuff
My brother,
randomly. We just
Christianity
say
was
random
spread like
stuff.
Islam. They were killing people from nation to nation and forcing their religion on them. It's part of Roman
But
history.
that is not Africa. That is the Middle East. Saladin fought them.
They did the same in Africa. Go and look at the ancient maps of Africa. There were castles everywhere.
Okay, see, let me say this.
Hold on. Hold on. What is the invasion of Benin about?
Oh, thank you. 1897.
What's that about? That wasn't force.
That was a
colonization.
That was the last
So it's not force.
upon us as a people.
Of course, it's false. That's colonization.
So stop playing. Why you playing?
What he's talking about the Crusades.
We
The
were not
Crusades
supposed
are
to know
different.
It's the same. It's the same thing.
No,
It's
it's
the same
invasion,
thing.
but the war, the way they took the war was different. They were not coming to Africa, they were going to the Middle East. And after the Crusades, guess what happened? Africans went to Europe too. Africans invaded Europe with the Moors. Then after the Moors left Europe, then they came for us. It's almost like a seesaw.
No, hold on. You mixing it up. The Moors, hold on. The Moors control Europe for 700 years. 700 years. It was the conquering of the Moors caused the Inquisition. You feel me? Where the conquistadors rose.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That where after the Moors fell, then they came for us. That is what happened. They basically followed us
But I have a question for my dear brother, forefathers. Where were the people that call themselves Europeans? Where was their habitation before deciding invading nations? Do you know that, sir?
They were in Europe. They emerged from the Caucasus Mountains. From the Caucasus Mountains.
Sir. My brother, you know that, sir. Then, starting from the first place where they invaded Etrusca, which is now called Italy today, that was how they spread from one kingdom of the Africans to the other, plundering them, slaughtering them, and taking over the land.
See, that they took Europe, I don't doubt that. And we are talking about invasions. We are talking about invasions that took place over 6,000 years ago. These are serious movements that happen. It's not even part of our contemporary history that we normally talk about. Because the Europeans were once the Natufians used to be in that Levant region, and I've forgotten there's this Cro-Magnon man or something like that they were talking about. They were the ones in the Europe before. Then the Caucasians moved in there and they took over the place. And then I think around 5,000, 3,000 years ago, they became a selection for the light skin. The light skin is relatively new. Most people were dark before, so they started having selection for the light skin. And around 3,000 years ago, it's almost coincidental. That was the first time Egyptians fell to foreign non-African country in terms of a conflict. That's what the first time, and that was to the Hyksos that the Egyptians fell to. And since then, the Europeans have been expanding towards this in Africa, while the Black Africans have been going south. And the trend, to let you know the truth, that's why I keep saying, look at the world today for what is happening. The trend still continues. The earth doesn't care about our history. It just does what it does. The Sahara Desert is still expanding south. What do you think is causing all this conflict in the Sahel and all this stuff that is going on with Fulani tensions? It's because the Sahel is still expanding and pushing us further south.
Yeah, it's the Arabs doing it. Same with Sudan. You see me?
So this is why I try to tie my arguments to reality. Pardon?
I said the Arabs are not working alone. They are working with NATO. The wars that we have on African soil are still caused by the same people who...
No. The Arabs have their own private thing going on. Of course, they're working with others, but they have their own private thing going on. Let me tell you something. I forget this Israel stuff, but let me tell you something. Our enemies is Europe and Arabia. That's and right. we are not going to get any respect as black people, as Africans, without us going to war with those two sets of people.
How can you say we should go to war with them? The Chinese didn't have to go to war with
listen to Niger. Wait, big man. Listen to Niger. I don't like babies. I don't
like babies.
No, like big men. Like big men. Wait. I don't like big men, baby. I don't like big men, baby. Hold on, man. I don't like big men. I don't like big men acting like babies. But just let me speak for a second, man. Let me tell you something, bro. When you at school, if somebody hits you, bro, I would advise you go doing something. Because you see, if you let that shit go, see if you leave it right there, you are going to be disrespected, all that throughout your school. I'm telling you, bro, we need to hurt who hurt us. And we need to plan, and we need to strategize. We need to prepare all of that stuff and go do them back stuff, bro. We have to go do back people's stuff. Africans is the only ones.
You want to plan for us not having to invade people now. Don't you think we should find a solution of how we can get our people together and build?
I want to do that first. I want to do what you said first. Get our people together and build. And then we invade.
What is it with this?
Emil, that's in you.
What is it?
So you gonna let these people who are neighbors,
Why do you want to invade people? You can't just defend yourself.
My brother, I know that you are. You see, the man that is talking is a retired senior officer of the U.S. Army.
No, he's not. He's not. He's a Jamaican. He's a Jamaican guy.
But where I'm going to now is that I do understand. Let us look at nations that were colonized like us. It's true, we should not cry and be playing the victim's mentality all the time. Let us look at the nations that were colonized, that were victimized, traumatized, everything ticed. We want to call about the Asian nations. Let's even leave China alone. Singapore signed a development, what do they call it now, with Nigeria in 1970. Look at where Singapore is.
Yeah.
So it is all about us. We have so many, I don't know. You see, where there's so much talent, there is problem, there is chaos.
We are being distracted by the white Jesus.
Bless us too much. If only one person had brain, I'm telling you, Nigeria would have been a superpower.
Bro,
everybody is an expert. That's something about Nigerians. Everybody, we are so intelligent that even we make up stories that we can use. We can hold thousands of people in bondage in a church service. That's how talented we are. That's why they are employing Nigerian pastors to chop money in America, because they know that we have that talent. But we are using our talent negatively. If we only can come together, Nigeria has trained how many millions of engineers?
Bro, I want to tell you, bro, church is turning us all into idiots. And unless we get rid of that, they will always be producing idiots that will get rid of all of you. The same idiots going to get rid of all of you.
Europe is entirely at war. Do you think that the base is that America has in Niger is because of Niger. No, it's because of Nigeria.
Yeah.
That if we should stand up one day and say that we know ourselves and we want to go another way, they are ready to deal with us. It was part of what was signed at the independence. We are hearing it about France now with the Francophone, so-called Francophone nations. So we need to understand that those who destroyed us, their descendants are keeping us in slavery. They do not want to let go. And so we are the ones now that have to come together. Do you know we are the most disunited people in the world?
Why?
I see, but is it? I feel like it's not disunity that is the, because I used to think that way before, but what I observed is that it's not the disunity that is the problem. It's our leaders that are betraying us and standing us
It's
down.
not our leaders.
Oh, there's no
It's our
excuse for us to
leaders,
hate
our
one
No,
elite
it's
another.
not.
class,
It's
our
not
elite
our
class.
leaders.
We see, look at it today now. We
Your
are seeing
leaders are big. Hold
people
on,
now
big man.
about
Y'all got let me get. It's not a two-man conversation.
I'm quiet, bro.
I can't find. You want to invade people, eh?
But I don't want to. Yeah, but don't let me force myself in the argument because I'm not gonna back down either. Like y'all gonna just take it over and I'm just gonna sit aside. Nah, I'm in it too. So I'm just trying to tell you that this type of behavior that we have, it's the things that we are entrenched in, like Christianity and that's making us friendly with these foreigners. Something is making us friendly and what you'd call in favor of these white people. Children don't grow just naturally. It's like that. Nobody is naturally like that. Something is making you have an overwhelming love for Europeans and Arabs. And we need to find out what it is and cut it out because it's turning us into traders.
There's some truth there that we tend to, but I think it's not something. I think it's our leaders that are at the tip of the spear. Because
And
if
you
you
know
change
what?
the people,
I was going to address that.
the leaders, the people will change.
I was going to address that. It's not the leaders. It's you cut the strings that's connecting the leader's head and their shoulders, and you will have control. But unless you cut that string, your leaders have no power. Call a
Exactly. Now
puppet.
that's an interesting point you made. Now, how do you cut the string that they are using to control the leaders? One of them, for me, I believe that is based on security. You have to change because if these foreigners are guaranteeing your leaders and your country's survival, then they will control you.
I
That's what I
understand you.
believe.
I understand your security apparatus, but if you don't have a mental security apparatus, your army is still no good.
No, that's true. You have to arrive at that
So,
mindset
so
first
that's
before
what
you
I'm trying to.
change your
That's what I'm
security.
trying to say to you about the string. One of the biggest string is Christianity. What made him so friendly in the first place? What turned him away from his people that somebody could easily bribe him? Did you know that if somebody really loves somebody, there is no type of money that you can use to go against that individual? Did you know that? So what is deteriorating our love and respect for each other? What's the how our motherland? A Negro is willing to sell out the motherland? Like what the hell is inside him? Something stronger than you. You have to find out what the hell is inside him that's stronger than you. And Nana Akufo Addo is building almost $1 billion church. So go figure.
Wow.
Go figure. That's why he's so friendly and stupid and all up in white people because he's just do you see what he's doing? How much million his people is broke, poor, no school, hardly more, he needs more schools, and he ain't gonna build church. You wanna build a church? That's a sign. You feel me? Cote d'Ivoire, his president sent millions to build the Notre Dame in France. Hey, that's, you don't see stupidity. It just these things alone you can see and know that if your leader is so stupid, you are almost done for.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
Mr. I can't fire.
Yeah.
Uh,
Go
I
ahead.
I acknowledge
He
your
called fire.
argument,
He called
Mr.
Thank you, sir.
I acknowledge your argument, but I need to ask a question, if you don't mind. May I?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you attributing the church problem or our problem or leaders to be from the Western, from the white people. Correct me if I am wrong.
I am attributing our friendliness to the white people, to church.
Okay, friendliness.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's see if we can arrive at a. If we now say we are not hypothetically, and now before I say so, could you shed more light on what you meant by friendliness, please?
Because we will destroy any Negro in a New York minute, and we will never even think of it about another white person.
Okay.
In Africa, in Jamaica, in America, we will slaughter a Negro real quick. Even female Negroes, we will slaughter real quick before we slaughter our European, our Arab.
When you use the word slaughter, I would prefer if you can use a more acceptable language,
Sorry,
because when you use the word
destroy.
okay, okay. Listen, you see, in my own experience, I mean, I relate. I had few Jamaicans friends, both on the male and females. So, in my experience, yes, I agree with you that we easily throw ourselves under the bus than when it comes to the other party. But what I think, I have experienced it too, that I can easily throw forefathers under the bus when it comes to issue of between me and him or why. But the
Yes.
fact is, they don't throw themselves under the bus.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have a different brain from them. Okay? So I narrow it down to our own selfish, and I don't know where we got that character.
Speak for yourself. Their God is white.
No, I will not. I won't attribute
So
it to the
you
issue
see
of
that,
God.
hold on, electricity. 1 second. Well, look at this. We are black. Cannot dispute it. Cannot dispute. But we are praising a white man. Hold on. That's not it. They are white. But they praising a white man. Hold on. Wait. I have an explanation. Now, if I'm black and I'm praising a white man, that means I have less respect for my blackness and more respect for the whiteness, because the whiteness is what I really praise. Wait, first, hold on.
You see,
Hold on. And then the white man gonna be like, well, we have to praise God also. And our God is white. Therefore, oh my, I'm privileged because our God is white.
okay.
So
Let me ask you a question now.
I have
I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something now that we surprise you and surprise anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
Same kind
disappear.
of okay.
Yeah, I heard
I'm
you.
back on. No, hold on. I can fire. Hold on. Your voice sounds familiar, like my friend Rocky. Okay, there is a policy. There is a policy on this channel that anyone who comes on must have their video on. Can you do that?
Maybe he needs to dress up.
I'm black.
No, I'm going somewhere. I mean, I've handed the
Not
moderation
at,
to
not at this
forefathers.
moment. Not
I'm
at
just
this
asking
moment.
you a question.
Not at this moment.
Can you do that? Okay, you said not at this moment, but it is a policy. We are all blacks here now. Okay, I'm going somewhere. I am telling you now that it is a policy for you to have your camera on. And if you don't have your camera on, you are not supposed to be allowed on the panel. So
Yes.
if I take you off the panel now, would you say I am not friendly with you?
I would understand the policy, and I would have to take that L. It wouldn't
Okay.
have.
You see why I brought that.
I wouldn't see such a thing as bias against blackness. But if you do it to a white person and the white person don't put his camera on, well, then I would maybe say that's bias. But that's not
Okay.
it. But I understand. Go ahead.
So the point I'm trying to prove is that our problem is not white, or because
Yes, it
white
is.
Declan. Hold on
Yes,
one
it is.
second. Declan has been here and he has his video on. If he does not have his video on, Rudolph will not allow him to come on. So until we come to that point to understand that when we start to do the right thing for ourselves, by ourselves, through ourselves, we will get it right. When we stop apportioning blame on others for our bad behaviors, because we are adults, we are grown-up people, we
All
are
right, I want to ask
enlightened.
this now. My question.
Finish, please.
Yeah.
I finish, please. We are exposed. Some of us have traveled. Mr. Wale has read more books than me. Forefather have read more books than me. I think among every one of you, I am the less intelligent person, or
Let him
Yeah,
start.
yeah. But hold on. Outlaw electricity. Outlaw electricity. Hold on, man. I think you just chipping off the edge of stuff. You're not going deep enough, big bro. This is what I have to say.
Listen,
This is what I have to say, right? Hold on. When you say we're not supposed to blame nobody and all that stuff, all right. Do you blame Europeans for invading Benin or anywhere in Africa? Do you like oh, you shouldn't have invaded those areas? Do you do that?
Let me answer the question.
Yes or no, because I have other stuff.
You asked me a question, I will answer. For any evil atrocity, any wickedness, we have to blame either the individual or the group of people that carry out such wickedness. However, after blaming, we're not going to dwell on that aspect.
See
and
that?
that is what I try to avoid. I try to
he has
avoid.
calmed up now.
Yeah, very black.
That is
So
that is
we
what
need
I
to
try
check
to.
the meaning of blame. Okay, go ahead.
That is what I try to avoid. We cannot continue to say we are blaming this and blaming that and not fix our problem. That is what. Listen, any evil, I repeat for the record, any evil carried out by individual or group of people must be condemned, because what is evil is what is evil. Nevertheless, is it a place we're going to remain forever? Are we going to sit in that place and continue to sit there and wallow in blame and say this is this and blame this and this and that?
Yeah, so you are a person that you said you're not a scholar, so obviously you're not a doctor. But let me tell you something.
I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, so let me tell you something. For a doctor to fix a patient, he needs to know the history records of the individual. He needs to know.
Okay. And I am telling you.
Wait, man. He needs to know what.
No. You're not going to do this to me. And I am telling you that we have discussed this problem, or this problem has been discussed over the years,
So how white people slip
over
through?
time and
How
over
come
time
white
and
people
over
slip through?
time, over
How come
time.
white people have slipped through? Why white people have slipped through that they are of no
The
blame?
issue is not about black or white. We've
Why is
discussed, the
not?
forefather
Why
is
is
here,
not?
Mr.
You heard about
Nobody that
Gabon?
has not.
Hold on. Did you hear about Gabon? Did you hear about Niger recently? That your daddy is trying to invade.
I heard about Gabon. Our problem
Why
is
don't you stop your
we
daddy
need
from
to
trying
stand
to
up and
invade?
resolve our
Why don't you
problem.
stop your daddy from
You
trying to invade
cannot,
your brother?
sorry,
Okay.
you
Let
cannot
me
continue to
just
blame
address
white
this.
people.
Can I just chime in? I think the
France,
idea behind it.
France is
See,
white people.
I can fire. Please. Let me just address this point. I think people are getting a little bit mixed up. Blames have different levels, and blames can be apportioned to anyone for anything. It's not just because you are blaming somebody for, let's say you have a house and somebody comes and sets fire to your house, you blame them for what they did to your house. But you can also say, okay, you are responsible for your house. Why did you allow that to happen? So you can also blame yourself.
Can
So
I
what
say
I Can
something?
Fire is basically doing, just hold on. What I Can Fire is basically doing is saying we have a problem here. We are responsible for ourselves, but that problem exists that these people are exploiting us. So, and I don't know why many people that criticize, that want to defend Europeans, always say that we are blaming them. It's really weird because it's
Yeah,
a roundabout way of saying don't criticize them at all.
yeah,
So,
it's like this. This is
it's,
what I have to.
so we should not criticize them, but they should carry on doing what they are doing to us. No,
Yeah,
you can call them out for what they are doing and still
yeah. Let
take
me.
responsibility for your own security and your own behavior for
Yeah,
allowing them to do
yeah,
that in the first place.
yeah. To Niger. This is what I have to say. I can't take our brothers, man. And if you do not stop behaving like that, you're gonna stay where you is. Because I'm telling you, bro.
Forefather,
Niger, hold on.
let
You
me
have
ask you
no
a
man.
question.
It's unfair, bro. It's unfair to interrupt me. I'm speaking.
Please
I
let me
You
can
feel me?
I
answer.
can fire you. I
I
was at
can
the
stop
background
and let you
listening to you.
talk. I can
Okay,
stop
go
and let
ahead.
you talk. You feel
Okay,
me?
just
But,
stop for me
but
for five. Just stop
you're
for
not
me for
showing
5
me
minutes.
no
Do you mind?
respect when you're not showing me no respect if you don't allow
Bro,
me to
express
speak.
yourself. Bro,
You
express
feel me?
yourself. Man.
All right, go ahead.
Please, let him
Bro,
express himself.
we are in Africa is in a present dilemma. And you gonna be like, oh, don't blame white people. Well, why is Gabon formulating a coup? Why is Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, all these countries formulating a coup, and France is in the middle of it? It's white people.
Thank you very much, bro.
Your country,
Thank you.
your country right now,
Thank you.
the United States dollar has just installed Ebola in your country.
You see, my
Wait,
people, you're
Tinubu
not
is
understanding what is
Ebola.
going on. Please,
This
keep quiet.
Tinubu.
Let me just quickly drop this, please. You see,
I think
you
there's a
guys are
show
not
that
really
should be
understanding
coming
what
on
is going
soon.
on. You guys are not really getting what is going on. We have a leadership in Nigeria and in other African countries, and these are marionettes who are serving the purposes of the colonizers. That's what is going on. That's the
What you
problem.
think they are white lovers? That's what they are,
You
white
guys are not
lovers.
really getting what is going on. You're not getting it. You're not really getting it. You see, France signed
Let,
independence
sorry,
and taught the
Mr.
whole world
Devoice.
for decades. They taught the whole world for decades that so-called francophone nations were independent, but they were not independent. Why? Because all their natural resources was belonging to France. And all the coup d'etats that we experience in West Africa, it had the hands of France because there were leaders who were not serving the French interest. It's the same thing going on in Nigeria. Nigeria is not a sovereign nation. In fact, I live in Germany. Germany is not a sovereign nation. It is not a sovereign nation since 1945. What are you guys thinking about? We're
Colony
in
of
trouble.
America.
We're in trouble in Africa. We're in big, big trouble.
Germany is a
Okay.
colony of America.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Wale, let me say this, and I'll go behind again. It's like I recognize or acknowledge the issue of the Western influence in Africa. I will be crazy and stupid to say I do not recognize that. But here is my question I keep asking. In spite of all this, are we suggesting, are we saying that we cannot, you and I use that word, you and I, we cannot stand up to this dilemma or demons, but continuing to what? To blame, continuing to be saying as if we cannot do anything about our situation. In the present Nigerian context, so I don't want to be saying certain things. In the present Nigerian context, there are a lot of players outside and inside because of the kind of president we have. I know the danger behind it. If you've ever walked in the corridors of power before, you will understand what I am saying. I know the implications of it. It is just, listen, the suffering, this is just the beginning. Because there are a lot of vested interests in the country right now. And that is why I said we cannot continue. I'm not saying don't blame. I'm not saying we should not criticize. All these are welcome. But
Sounds
after
like
blaming, hold on, I can allow you to speak. After blaming and criticizing, what do we do? After blaming and criticizing and reading the entire history and reading the map and reading the geographical location where the earth came from and where this, what do we do?
Tell him what we do to Niger. Tell him what we do.
If you speak again, I'm going to mute you. I allow you to speak. So don't disrespect me too, please. I respected you, allow you to speak. So just let me finish, then you can speak, please.
Bros. Go ahead, bro.
You're being aggressive.
Bro, just go ahead.
You don't want to tackle like a fire. He's half crazy.
I'm not going to bring myself. The man asked me to let him speak. I'm being disrespectful to him. I allow him to speak.
My brother, let's go on. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, man. We're all grown.
So I think when you ask the question, for me, there are three critical areas, and maybe four that what cost us, because what I did was I went back and tried to analyze where we failed and why we were enslaved and colonized. There are up to four critical areas, but I like to narrow it down to three because those are more just practical stuff instead of airy-fairy stuff. So the three are security, technological innovation, which I advocate technological revolution. What do we do now? When you ask what do we do now, we need the technological revolution. And in terms of what do we do now, we also need transparency. Because of our diversity, we need to be able to operate with talk to each other, and work with each other in a transparent way that everybody knows where they stand. So if we do that, and where we failed before was that we didn't have racial loyalty to any degree at all. We hated our next door neighbor than we hated the Europeans. We didn't have any racial loyalty, so we were willing to connive with the European to fight our next door neighbor, while the European is conniving with them too to fight you. By the time they were done, two of you are flat on the ground, and they just come and take everything away. Very efficient system that the British built. They didn't physically defeat us most of the time. We defeated ourselves. That's basically what they did. They just come, take this one, divide this one, boom. Take this one. It's a tiny island. How do you think they managed to do it? It's very, very efficient technique, and the reason why it works is because it's easy to divide people. So our people need to operate in a transparent way, because when people are operating transparently, it's harder to divide them. And when you have a strong security, you can have transparency. You don't have security, you are still doomed. It doesn't matter how transparent you are. If you don't have security, you are still doomed. And so you have to have security. You have to have technological revolution to be able to compete in any first world conflict. If you cannot compete in a first world conflict, your people are basically slaves. They are serving the people that are in the first world. It's just what it is. And that's what happened to us in the past. If you want to fix it, we need to bridge that gap, and we've not done anything to do that.
Because you know what the Chinese do? The Chinese close their country and say China first. China and Chinese first. Chinese for Chinese, China for Chinese, and Chinese first. Everybody else come after Chinese. And until we say black first and everybody else come after, we are done for.
That's right.
All right. May I speak now? I want us to do something now. So I think there's going to be a program for half 4. So in the next 25 minutes.
Yeah, we need to end this one. We are
in the next 25 minutes. Yeah, we will. Okay, next 20 minutes. We have 4 here on the platform. So we're going to take 5 minutes each, okay? And let's start to blame and criticize the white people. And let's see where it's going to lead us. So, Forefather, we'll start with you.
We just gave you a 5 minutes. I just gave you a solution. No. You turn it to blame and criticize.
Let me go before Forefather. Forefather's supposed to go last. Let me go before Forefather. I'll jump off after that.
Mr. Ican, Forefather, let's start to blame them. Oh yeah, 5 minutes. Your time starts.
I thought
now.
That was the one moderating.
No, it's not it's not Ican moderating.
I thought that was the one moderating. I thought I was the one moderating.
Oh, now you want
you want to panic. You see all these coup plotters. That's how they
come. Let me go last. Let me go first.
The reigning ruler, you gave me control of the reigning. Now you are the one controlling.
No. Forefather, no. Mm-hmm. What I'm trying to highlight is this. Like I said, I will be stupid if I do not recognize history. History is important to us. But history is for us to learn and improve. History is not meant to pull us back. History is meant for us to develop. So if I did something wrong 20 years ago, we should prevent such an history from happening again. Mm-hmm. Every effort must be made. For example, when the Hitler killed the Jews, everybody said, I've been to Poland to see the concentration camp. History must not repeat itself again. So every effort is made for history not to repeat itself again. However, in the context of us, Blacks, Nigerians, or Blacks anywhere in the world, we've often liked to blame people for our problem, which is right. It's not that we are wrong. But when we now sit in that same position only, and not move from there, and not develop and not take our control of our own destiny and fate, that is where I have problem with. And we trunk to the same people we criticize. We trunk to their country. We spend millions of dollars and naira. We go there, our every means. That is where we are going. And we continue to say they are our problem. Come on, let's be realistic. Let's be fair, for crying out loud. I yield the floor. Thank you.
See, I will allow the voice go so that I can hear. I think maybe I can't fire. I should go actually, because it's only fair that I can't fire. Please go ahead.
Then get off electricity platform, because he's a little mad. He's kind of shocked. I don't know how you electricity and you shocked. Anyway.
You are a troublemaker, man.
I love my black people, man.
But I love all of you on the panel, people, and I have total respect for. I respect all of you more than any white person. You see me? And I respect all of you more than any Arab. I'm telling you, I swear to you. You see me? So this is
you're a Nigerian, boy. Your descendants were taken from Nigeria. Most
Real
African Americans have their roots in Nigeria. I don't care what DNA and all that stuff saying and all that stuff. They were taken from Nigeria.
Yeah, and even though we maybe feel like we have been betrayed, there is no way I'm going to take the white man's side and Arab side against you. No way. There ain't no goddamn way. You feel me? And until we have that state of mind, we actually almost done for. Let me tell you something. Big man. You feel me? We need to grow. We need to grow ourselves and grow our intelligence. You feel me? But I'm telling you, we need to not forget, and we need to not forgive. Stop all this whole bunch of forgiveness talk that this white man taught you. These people need to be paid back, and we not gonna get no respect in this future world if we don't pay back these people, the Arabs and Europe. Anybody who touch Africa should pay, and we should never forget. And if we just stop with this behavior, oh, turn the other cheek, let's forgive. Let me tell you something, man. We need to stop that stuff. We need to stop that stuff, bro. Anybody touch you, finish them off, man. Anybody touch our people, finish them off, bro. You feel me? Because I'm telling you, we need to do it, bro. Europe is easy to reach. We can run to Europe.
I hope you're not advocating the other people. Calm down with this invasion talk. Maybe we should sort our own security first.
Bro. Let me tell you something.
I can see from his own point of view. We're hearing now. He's an African American. We're hearing a descendant of the. You see, people do not know.
No, he's Jamaican, actually.
African American brothers. What our people.
He is Jamaican.
He's Jamaican. Okay. This is the same thing too. They were taken from the continent, and you see, and they have this trauma with them. They have it with them. We need to understand their pain. My brother, I'm a Pan-Africanist. If I were ever to become a nuclear power in Nigeria, Edumari Shanu, I would if I had, I've been saying it. People say that our forefathers, they had Ifa and all this juju. I've been asking, where was this juju when they came to take us as slaves? Because this juju could work.
Hold on.
I'll be buying Oyinbo with Oruka every day.
Yeah. All right. Hold on. Our voodoo is not strong as white voodoo. You see, Christianity, you don't see Christianity is voodoo, bro. Imagine a people make you fight against your brother. Imagine they have a voodoo that make you fight against your brother.
Yeah, but I think it came from the gun when they had that technology and weapon and security. So when they can sell
the Christianity was a bigger weapon than the gun, though.
He kept us asleep.
Yeah, bigger weapon, man.
And it's the same thing for other religions in the north of Nigeria, where he's keeping our people asleep.
Yeah, divide and conquer.
How come only the black Muslims are poor in the Islam world?
The black Christians and the black Muslims are poor alike, because that's when if you wake up from that sleep, you realize that this world is about right now they're operating on a racial level. It's not about religion. It's not about politics. It's on a racial level. If you look at most white nations, they are doing well. Whether it's communist or socialist or capitalist, doesn't matter what religion they practice. Even they're all doing okay. The same thing. Black countries almost uniformly, even the ones outside Africa, are not doing well.
So that's why I'm saying, why is Africa paying so much attention on Europe? We just licking out Europe rear and all over the world. Why you don't pay attention to the Caribbean? We can come together and make our own shipping companies and to and from the Caribbean and South America. We can do all of that, Africa alone, and trade together and build our own internal economies. If you mean, Africa should be paying attention to Papua New Guinea and everywhere black, because guess what? You need to deal with people who respect you and cut off the people who have no fucking respect. We need to do that. Why we so bowing? We're bowing to these people, and they don't have gold. They don't have diamond. They don't have nothing. We go to gold. We go with gold and bow to these people.
Let me submit my own, because I think we are beginning to crash other programs. There is another live one coming from this channel that we've already crashed into. I thank you. And people are still watching because they found our discussion quite engaging, which I must say thank you, the voice, Wale, and I appreciate that you're a good sport. We exchange information and we learn from each other. I can fire. I appreciate your troublemaking attitude. You know.
I'm sorry, electricity. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, after you badmouthed the line, I'm sorry.
He's a Negro, man. We all have it in us. You see, my people, I want to introduce a book to you guys. Research it on archive.org. It says Negroes in America and Negroes in Negro land. But let me let you know something before you open this book. Be prepared to read something that will make you the angriest man on earth. And may the Almighty help you to deal with the anger. But it's a book every black
if
man
I
must
get more
read.
angry than this, I don't think I will make it.
My brother,
I don't think I will make it. I'm already too angry about sensitivities.
What you will read in that book, it even lets you know what they had planned for the future that we are now in today. So it's not just a book. It's not just a book about the past. It was about the plans for the future and how to hold the black man under. It's in that book.
Yeah.
Negroes
let me thank people before we're causing a lot of problems.
He was already giving us an order for the coming generation to keep us down. We need to understand that it's not that we do not want to come together, but we need to understand who the enemy is. And the enemy has been there all along, right before our eyes. And we have our leader like Tinubu, who is hugging Macron and the rest of them. Those are the kind of things we need to get rid of in Africa. The puppets of the West. The puppets of the West.
So
why have
hold on. I'm sorry we have to shut down. We are literally crashing the other show.
All right, goodbye.
We're crashing the other show. And I appreciate everyone for coming. And
thank you so much, man.
Thank you. I appreciate you all. Yeah. And thank you all for coming. Kene Ezeike AI, I appreciate you there. You're always there supporting and keeping the conversations going. Kelechi Ndoka, I see you there. DJ Dodeye, DJ Dodeye, thank you for coming in. I see you there. Now and again you have a go at me and you support. It's all good. Badge African, thank you for coming in. Madi Peace, I see you there. Meme Central, thank you for coming in. Who else do I see? Coach, I see you. I've mentioned Kene. Fem Gab, I see you there too. Let's see any new person. Let's see any new people. Patrick, Ade, Mike, Olawale, Black Experience was here, Mazi, and all the ones I was not able to mention. I appreciate you all. Till next time, don't do these things.
3. Why the choice of London? This is an indication of, for want of a better word, of a neo-colonial mentality. Any major meeting in Nigeria affecting Nigeria affects, our leaders will jump into the aircraft and they are going to London. It's as if some people are genetically, umbilically tight